Chris Redfield of Row Squad Alpha Team. Become a member of this channel today for custom badges, emojis, and exclusive live streams. What are you waiting for? Join the Row Squad today. Row Squad.
Need of anything for the road ahead? The Residence of Evil has expanded its services. Perhaps you're in need of a little pick-me-up. I recommend the G Fuel. You can even get a fair discount if you use the code ROE upon purchase. And as always, we thank you for your patronage, stranger.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Residence of Evil. Thank you all so much for joining us on this Saturday as we host a very special live stream today. We are going to be doing a watch party of The Keeper's Diary, a Biohazard story. And I'm not just going to be watching it by myself, I'm actually going to have some of the people that made this film possible join me. I got Andrew, I got Andy, I got Lewis, and I got Beggy Beg that'll all be in here shortly to watch it. So thank you all so much for coming by. I hope you guys enjoyed this. This is kind of a big deal for us because now we get to kind of hang out with you guys to watch it together. And I know we've been meaning to do this for a while now, and it's finally here. It's finally out. The reception has been absolutely incredible. We cannot thank you guys enough. Honestly, blown away. It's still doing phenomenal. There's still a ton of positive reception. So thank you guys so much. We appreciate that a ton. We hope you enjoy this watch party, but it's not just a watch party today. We're also going to be doing a discussion. We're going to be talking behind the scenes of the making of The Keeper's Diary, a Biohazard story. We're going to be doing a Q&A, so if you guys have any questions, please let us know. We have a Q&A questionnaire in the chat right now if you guys want to submit a question. I can't guarantee we'll get to them all, but please, you know, this is the time for us to hang out and talk about it. So leave a question, and then anybody who supports Super Chats, I'll read a few before we start, but then I'm going to come and read those all as well. So thank you guys for coming by. If you enjoy this, please hit that like button. Helps the channel, lets us know what you guys like to see. And if you guys could let me know too how the audio levels are when everybody joins, I'd appreciate it. Do 5 minutes starting soon. That gives everybody time to join. 10 to 15 minutes just chatting lets me catch up and hang out with you guys. Then we jump into the watch party. So thank you guys for coming by. We got almost 300 people here. Appreciate that. Kitty, Cute Fluff, Yova, Steve, Adam, Hipster, Lulu, Baz. Appreciate it, guys. Real quick before we start, before I bring everybody in today, Have you guys watched The Keeper's Diary? If you have, please let us know what you thought of it in the chat. Rate it 1 out of 10. Let us know. Now, a little context on The Keeper's Diary. This is something Andrew came to me with quite a while ago. I think it was about 2 years ago, and he said that he was interested in making a film based off of The Keeper's Diary you find in the original Resident Evil. And they also had it in the Resident Evil 1 remake. A little different in both of them, but very similar. And, you know, at that time, I was incredibly busy. I think we were working on another version at that time with Sean Liepert, the director of Arclay, a.k.a. Dave. And I said, you know, man, I don't know if I can do 2 of these at the same time. You know, over time, we got chatting, got to know each other. And I think he shared some pictures that he brought the original cast together. Charlie Kravslovsky, Eric Pirius, and Greg Smith, the original Chris, Barry, and Albert Wesker from Resident Evil, and I was like, God, this guy's got it. You know, he's got something to bring these actors together after, you know, 20 plus years is incredible. So I was like, you know, I might not be able to help with this project, but I can definitely, you know, we could use you on the team. You know, this is incredible. You brought these guys together, and chatting over time, and you know, his project started gaining momentum, and you know, then I started to see it was coming together, and it started coming together really fast. And I'm glad that, you know, we kept that conversation going. Andrew joined the team, and, you know, it was just a dream back then. And so many other people joined to pitch in. It's actually crazy how many people helped with this project over time. But, you know, now we're here, and it's done, and it's out. And it's just absolutely incredible how it just started from that conversation to a dream project to becoming a reality. And I think it is for everybody involved. Everybody's put so much time into it. The community backing the project. And like I said, you know, we already appreciated that you guys helped make this a reality. But the fact that there's still people watching it, the comments are still rolling through. And it's just, honestly, in the almost 8 years that I've ran this channel, I've had some videos do, you know, very positive reception. I've never had a video as positive as The Keeper's Diary. So thank you guys all so much for that. Honestly, the entire team is just very appreciative. And, you know, we just passionate fans, you know, who care about the source material. And I'm glad it shows. And I'm just very proud of this team. I'm very proud of this community. And I think this is going to be a fun one today because we're really going to go in depth in the making of this. So it's going to be very laid back. It's going to be very chill. It's just hanging out, you know, with some of the people that, you know, we got together for 2 weeks, some of them a week, some of them we never even got together, but they were working, you know, at their home base at home, and we're going to just hang out and talk about it and enjoy it. So thank you guys. I really do hope you enjoy this. I got some support already. Thank you so much for that. I'm going to read this, and then I'm going to bring the team in and introduce everybody. But if you do support or super chat throughout this stream, don't worry, I'm not ignoring you at all. We're going to, at the very end, we're going to go through and we're going to read all the super chats, all the support. So thank you guys. And if you don't have the means to support, that's totally fine. Just being here, that's what we want. You know, we want to hang out with you guys and enjoy and talk about our passion of Resident Evil together. So thank you. Elkanoth with a $2 super chat. Thank you for your support, Elkanoth. Kicking off the super chats. Row Hype, much love to everyone today. Appreciate that, man. Thank you. Saddamness, member for 42 months. Recruit, thank you for the long time support, Saddamness. What a fan film. Hey, man. Thank you, man. We appreciate that. Yova Rods with the $2 super chat. Thank you, Yova. Sup, Ro? Welcome back. Hey, yeah, it's been a while. We did the marathon the other week and took a week off, and now we're back, baby. Darth Chris, member for 23 months. Alpha Team, the winning team. Thank you for almost 2 years, Darth Chris. Appreciate that, man. Rose Squad, baby. Woo, hell yeah. Matthew Hendricks with an incredibly generous 10 gifted Rose Squad memberships. Growing the row still. After the marathon and still growing it. Thank you so much for that incredible support, Matthew. Please, everybody, give it up in the chat to Matthew. Let's get those Rose Squad badges, and let's welcome our 10 new members. Man, that is an insane hype way to kick this off, and we appreciate that. Thank you so much, Matthew. And then Media Fiend, welcome to Rose Squad. Recruit, thank you for becoming a member. Spam the custom emojis. You've unlocked them, and let's all welcome Media Fiend to the Rose Squad. So, if you guys enjoyed it, let us know in the chat right now. Rate it 1 out of 10. I want to see what you guys are thinking. Looks like a lot of support. 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10. Keep them going, and, you know, throughout this, you know, if you hear something that you have a question about, we have a Q&A in the chat. Please leave us your question, and we'll try to answer them during the stream. So thank you, guys. Appreciate all the support, too, everybody. Thank you. So without further ado, let's bring in the team behind, some of the team behind The Keeper's Diary, a Biohazard story. Here we go. All right, guys. We're all here. We're all together. All right, guys. This is part of the team behind The Keeper's Diary, some very talented, very passionate Resident Evil fans. Without these guys, just even a few pieces, it wouldn't have been possible. Without the community, without each of these guys here, and many others. But let's start with Andrew, all the way over that way, the director here. Let's let him introduce himself and tell us a little bit about who he is.
Hello, my name is Andrew. I'm the director-producer of The Keeper's Diary, a Biohazard Story fan film. And this is something that I started maybe like 2 years ago after reaching out to Charlie and Greg, believe it or not. No, Charlie and Eric. And then Charlie gave me Greg's contact on Facebook. And then I kind of created a reunion. And when they were here for the reunion, where I live in Utah, we filmed a teaser for this film with Charlie and my friend Gracie Madsen, who also lives here in Utah. And we also filmed like a concept for a more recent story in the timeline, Resident Evil, called Resurrection. And then it's just been a journey creating this film ever since for the last 2 years. So that's kind of my story and how it started. Really quick, before we go on to introductions with everyone else, Robert Knorr, can we get him in on this chat or no?
Of course, let's get him in. I got him as let me add him here.
Okay, cool.
Got to get Rob in here.
Okay.
Let's see. Can you guys add him? Oh wait, no, I can.
I can add him, if you can't. But anyways, yeah, that's a little bit about backstory about The Keeper's Diary. So,
Hey, everybody.
Hey,
Robert.
all right. Hey,
Mr. Rob, how are you?
We're going
Doing
through.
okay.
What's that?
Sorry, my screen is like blinding my face, so I just got to switch real quick.
There we go.
There's the
Doing
man.
everybody?
Who's that handsome fella?
All right.
Nice.
We're just.
It's a thing where if I don't set up the camera, it's like it looks like I'm looking directly into the sun.
I feel that all the time, man. I'm very pasty. It's not hard for me to look like I'm looking directly into the sun. All right, and Andy, introduce yourself. Tell everybody about who you are.
Yeah, so Andy, Biohazard Declassified, producer of The Keeper's Diary. Andrew reached out to me, just over a year ago now, and he was like, I got this idea. I want to do a short film. Here's the trailer. I was obviously super hooked with that initial concept trailer that he self-funded himself, which is still unbelievable. And initially I did say no. I'm going to be honest. I did say no. I was like, dude, I've got too much going on in my life to do this. And then, you know, we were talking, and I could really see he was really passionate about bringing this to life. And I just needed an opportunity to get back into film and to get back into making short films again because, you know, went to university, studied television production. I was always wanted to kind of get back into it. And I looked at the twinkle in his eye and I was like, okay, if you want to do this, Andrew, we're gonna fucking do it and we're going to do it properly. So, you know, I assembled a very, very good team around us to bring this vision together, launch a very successful crowdfunding campaign. And you've got to remember, nobody had ever done this before. Nobody had ever crowdfunded, certainly in the Resident Evil space, crowdfunded to this magnitude. So, yeah, unbelievable that we're all sitting here now and it's out. And yeah, I can't believe it. I really can't believe it.
All right.
Yep.
Let's move on over to the lower left. We got Lewis. Lewis, tell us about yourself.
Hi, everybody. So I'm Luis. I'm part of the CGI team on The Keeper's Diary. And, well, basically, I'm just a guy learning a little bit of 3D and animation. And I think I don't know if it was JJ or Andrew Solo that reached out to me, I think about 10 months ago, because of one of the artworks that I posted related to Resident Evil. And I started working on the previs. And basically, early this year, we started working on the actual movie. I wasn't even expecting to work on the actual movie itself, but yeah, long story short, here we are. Nice to meet you all.
All right, Lewis. And then right next to Lewis, we have Rob. Rob, tell us about yourself.
Hi, my name is Robert Knorr. I'm a producer who works in independent film and professional gaming. So I can't say what I'm working right now, but I worked on Fortnite, and I was actually the person who pitched all the Resident Evil stuff for the cosmetics that folks saw in the games. I was also the executive producer on Andrew's film, as well as one of the producers over on Sean Libert's Arclay project, Dave. And so really I'm just kind of a organizer, builder, and whatever you need me to do in order to get the project done. So I just kind of ended up just making friends with a whole lot of folks in the Resident Evil community and just kind of went from there. So I'm really grateful to get the chance to work with Andrew on this fantastic project. Gave me a chance to go down and pick up a whole bunch of great whiskey from my bar on the way up to Michigan to help them build the set and all that, and just had a blast of a time doing it.
Thank you, Rob. We definitely appreciate that. And then moving on next to Rob there, we got Beggy Bag Bag. Beggy, introduce yourself.
Yes, hello. My name is Addie, also known as Beggy Bag Bag. And as Andy once described me as in one of our chats, I guess I've been sort of a Swiss Army knife in this project. I've just been trying to help wherever I can. But it's been an absolute blessing of an opportunity to just work on coordinating stuff, set construction. Production coordinator is one of the titles I have, which is kind of like a little bit of a lot, considering what I actually did. It was just little odd jobs of, can you book this location? Can you book this wild animal? Can you book this, that? Can you get a few things ready? Sound recording. But really, I was just happy to fill in wherever I could. And I was on a team of people that were willing to really stretch outside of the department or the job that they had anticipated doing, and ended up doing really a lot more. Everyone just kind of filled in where they needed to. So it was a great experience. Thank you.
You also wrote the Dino Crisis teaser.
I may or may not have written the little secret goodie thing at the end.
Energy crisis for legal reasons.
Oh,
Andrew.
yeah. for legal reasons. The
third energy crisis.
Yeah. So now everybody kind of, for the most part, everybody here in the chat knew who we were, but there's a lot of people that maybe didn't get their time to, speak about what they worked on or their experience with it. So I appreciate everybody that's coming by in the chat and here chatting with me today. So thank you guys. The first thing I want to kind of go over is, man, it was a long road, a very long road. And for Andrew in particular, the longest road, because he's the one who started this. But we've come a long ways. We've had some hurdles. I think we did an amazing job overcoming them. And it's finally out. It's finally the moment we've all been waiting for. It's out, and the reception has been incredibly positive. Like I was speaking about it at the beginning of this. I'm just blown away because I've had some positively receptive videos before, but never on this level. It's just like every single comment I read is just people that are very passionate about Resident Evil and they really enjoy it. So I kind of want to go around. We'll continue with the order. And just give your thoughts now that, it's out. It's out there and everybody's got to experience it and the reception we're getting. I want to know your thoughts. So, Andrew, we'll start with you. What is your thoughts on now sort of I would say the end of this journey? But
Yeah. I'm just happy that everyone likes it. I'm happy that it's over in a sense that it was a lot of work, but it was very fun when we were doing it. I think the last things we really have to do is just get these posters and all these perks signed and then get them shipped out. Once that's done, I'm done.
Not done,
What?
I said you're not done, though.
No, we're not done.
No.
I think once the perks are done, then we're done. But yeah, then on to the next thing. But no, it's like I said, it's been wild. It started a couple years ago when I reached out to Eric and Charlie, and I got the three of them together. They sent me Greg's contact, and we did a bunch of stuff here in Utah, and that's kind of what sparked everything. And then we started working with Andy Sperling and Krishimir Kanazovic over in Germany, and we did some awesome things over there a couple Octobers ago now, and we wanted to do it in Germany. It just wasn't working out to film over there. So we ended up filming in the States. And that's when I got Andy involved from Biohazard Declassified. And he really got the project over the line with being able to set up and manage the crowdfunding page. So from there, it was just, getting everything together, getting everything on time, making all the purchases. My dad flew out to me here in Utah, and we loaded up a U-Haul full of the set that I had constructed a couple of years ago. And we drove straight across the country, all the way to northern Michigan. So we damn near saw the Colorado and the Mississippi in the same day.
Yeah.
Got to you super late at night. I think it was a 2-day trip, but we got to you super late at night, unloaded some stuff, I don't know if we unloaded the whole truck or not, but literally just the next morning worked. Robert showed up, helped me and my dad build the set, and went on for about a whole week straight. And we were working like 15, 20-hour days putting that set up. And we were rolling around in the dirt because your factory is very dirty.
It doesn't get clean. It never gets clean.
Yeah, that place was
Still in
covered
my
in
paws,
soot.
man. Still in my paws.
It's
I think
cleaner
I
than
went
it
through
was, and
like
it's still
3
not
pairs
clean.
of pants working at that place.
Oh yeah, any clothes you were wearing
threw
here while you were
away.
working on it, you just toss those right in the garbage. Don't even bother
That's-
breaking your
yeah.
wash machine.
It was. I'm pretty
exactly-
sure that it was the real chimney sweep experience, because everything was covered in soot.
Yeah.
It really was.
Seriously, we looked like Dick Van Dyke and Mary Poppins. It's just head to toe soot.
Yeah.
It hardened
We
you,
just needed
though.
a musical
somewhere.
number.
It made you a stronger person, right? At the end of the day, you went back and you're like, I'm just covered in it. Man, I had a hard day of work.
There's nothing that says
Yeah.
strength like getting aluminum oxide in your lungs. Let me tell you that much, bud.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, dude, I got a picture somewhere. So I accidentally stapled my finger with a staple gun, so I had a Band-Aid on it for the rest of the time. By the end of each workday, my hand would just be so covered in soot, I would take the Band-Aid off, and it was just like an Oreo or something. You know?
The only clean part of your hand.
The only
Bleed all
clean
over
part of my hand.
Didn't you bleed all over the door?
Yeah, I got blood all over the keeper's door, and it
That's good,
dried
though.
up, and I just painted over the door.
Just leave it for the atmosphere,
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It adds flavor.
Yeah. All right, moving on to you, Andy. The dust has settled. We're at the end of the road now. It's out. The reception, very positive. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, as everybody can appreciate, everybody that worked on this project worked on it for the very first time with each other. And we did have a lot of people that had never even been on a film set before. So it was a real mixture of talents, very compressed program to get it over the line. Other things we could have done, even though I'm, by the way, over the moon with what we've achieved, because, this is at this level, the kind of highest grossed crowdfunded campaign in the Resident Evil space. I'm totally happy with what we achieved. Is there things we could have done better? Absolutely. But what we can do now is really use this as it's demonstrated history now. We have a portfolio which we can say, if we ever have the opportunity again, wink, wink, if we ever have the opportunity again, that we can certainly say, listen, this is what we've done. This is what we're capable of. We can take what we've learned on this and transfer it to a potential future project.
Yeah.
Wink, wink.
100%. How about you, Lewis? What are your thoughts on this? I just to kind of go into the CG portion of this, a lot of positive reception on the CG in this fan film. What are your thoughts?
Yes, thanks. Yeah. Well, I would say that was a really challenging experience, not gonna lie, because I wasn't expecting to work on a movie in my life anytime soon. And but I mean, as a Resident Evil fan, I wouldn't I can be more happy about this opportunity that I had. And I learned so much, and I think it was a overall great teamwork, because I don't even remember being stuck in any part of the process for much longer, because Steve would be there all the time, and Andrew to help me out if I needed. So it was a great experience, rewarding. But yeah, have to learn a lot, and yeah, overall, just still trying to believe that we actually made it to the end. Extremely happy with it.
That was very good, and
Yeah.
I'm sorry I was easily distracted. Your cats were fighting in the background, and I was watching to see which one would win.
Control your household, Lewis. No, can I
Is it
just
me?
say though? Can I just say though, Lewis? Like Lewis had never worked on a film before, and a lot of people have said that hunter scene is like the flagship scene in The Keeper's Diary. So for someone who had never worked on a film to now becoming like a flagship scene in the project that we put together is absolutely unbelievable. So this project really has been a case of passionate Resident Evil fans from the ground up. The CGIs, the composers, the producers, everybody involved absolutely shared their love of Resident Evil and really poured it into this project. And it was a case of, okay, I've never done this before. Well, why don't we do it? Let's try it out. Let's see what you're capable of. And everybody was pushed to the limit. So I'm really happy that Lewis has got something seriously substantial, which this opportunity may never come again. You know, it's really special stuff. So appreciate your input on this project, Lewis.
Yeah, the
Thanks,
first
man.
ever
It's
hunter in a
been
live-action movie.
very impressive to see what Lewis has been able to do, not really having a background in placing CG imagery in like live action footage, or, you know, I know you've done some animation and stuff like that through some of the games and stuff that you work on, but it was very much Lewis learning on the fly and knocking it 100% out of the park. So very impressive. And Lewis, again, can't thank you more than enough for everything you've been able to do, pre-production to post-production on this film. So thank you, Lewis.
Thank you, Lewis.
Thanks again.
It's even more surprising. That's even more surprising to hear. I
Got to
didn't
blushing here.
realize that. I would have never guessed that it was Lewis's first time working on that kind of stuff because it looks so professional.
Right.
I mean, seriously, that is a higher quality bar than take your pick of any sci-fi channel movie of the past 20 years. Like, it's
I mean,
really
the
fantastic
comment we
stuff.
always get, Rob, is that CG scene is better than anything we've seen in the Resident Evil space at that capacity. So that's it. I mean,
I think
that's an accolade.
really the best part about it, though, is how subtle it is. Like, it's not over the top. It's very menacing and subtle. And I think the pacing and just the tone is what sells it the best.
Less is more.
Yep.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
Lewis, never
Yeah.
forget us when you make it big, all right? Please and thank you.
I gotta mention too, really quick. So the gentleman that modeled and textured the hunter, his name is Michael Long.
Yep.
He made a beautiful model and textured and painted it. It looks great, but essentially
100%.
he handed it over to Lewis, and Lewis did everything, like literally everything from there.
Yeah.
When it comes to placing it in the shot, doing the 3D lighting, the 3D camera, the focus, all that stuff. So very impressive.
We do have a video we are going to showcase after our watch party, showcasing the animation and the making of, basically, the hunter. So that I checked it out. It's super cool. So I think you guys will enjoy it. Moving on now to Rob. What's your thoughts on the reception? What's your thoughts on coming to the finish line of the Keeper's Diary, a Biohazard
I
story?
want double the views.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to get 1 million in a week. Everybody do it.
1 million in a week. All right, let's do it. Row Squad,
But,
watch it. Like
yeah,
50,000
I think
times.
that, like we talked about before, this is, in my opinion, the best Resident Evil fan film that has been made so far, and I hope that people see it as not only as sort of like a gold standard of like what folks should kind of aim for, but also I hope a lot of people find it as inspiration. I think that something, Andrew, that we kind of talked about is that a lot of the Resident Evil space, I feel like, is kind of neglected because a lot of the folks are more like, well, it's a game. Let's keep it as a game medium, and the whatever film comes out is whatever. And Constantine really doesn't care about the property, because the only time they seem to do anything is when they're like, oh no, the rights are almost up. Time to make a Resident Evil movie. And so, which to be fair, is nothing against the people that work on those films. Sure. We know some of the people that work on those films, so we know that they work hard. Mm-hmm. But we know that they're also have their hands tied by executive leadership at the studio level, which sabotages those films, which is quite frankly, very common across the board on most films.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
I would
so-
like to pick up on that.
Please.
Because there is a stark difference in what we achieve with the Keeper's Diary and transitioning games to film medium. And there is one thing that games do that films don't do, and they make you feel. And Resident Evil, all of the Resident Evil films have never made you feel Resident Evil. Like, look at Welcome to Raccoon City. Amazing sets, fantastic one-to-one sets for the games. But it doesn't feel Resident Evil. And that is why people resonate with the Keeper's Diary, because when the female detective walks into the hallway, man, you feel Resident Evil. You absolutely just, oh, it's so juicy. I can't even put it to words. But if you're a Resident Evil fan, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And
I feel a lot of
because-
that. A lot of it comes
because-
from vibe and pacing, which a lot of the previous movies just don't do. Which is also hard. Like, games are intrinsically a hard medium to translate to film, because a lot of the games are 12 to 15-hour experiences that a lot of the time when movies, they're like, hey, you have a budget for 90 minutes, which is like the bare minimum of a movie you can do. Trying to translate something that should be like, for example, a really good case study in how to translate game to film or TV, The Last of Us.
Yeah.
yes.
Because it is a series that understands the pacing and tone. And sure, like you can look at a high view and be like, okay, well, gameplay wise, what is The Last of Us the game? It's a simulator of a homeless looking man beating people to death with a brick. Like, that's what the game is basically in terms of the gameplay level. But the gameplay itself is, a stealth melee combat game with more story and exposition put into it. And trying to figure out a way to, a lot of folks, when they try to translate the medium, they don't understand what makes the medium interesting. Now, sometimes some games have a lot easier stories to translate than others. The Last of Us obviously is anything really by Naughty Dog are inherently narrative experiences that are supported by gameplay as opposed to the other way around. And so just understanding how to get the tone and the pacing, because you can also look at another good example of like, what are some game IPs that have been translated over that didn't do well? Hitman, for example. Now, why does Hitman not work? And that's because Hitman itself is a sandbox game that doesn't really have a story. It's about a hitman and all the wacky hijinks you as the player can do to kill targets. But there's no like in-depth story. There's no like, and I'm sure people are going to argue in the chat about this. And I agree that I'm simplifying this a lot, but Agent 47 is a player character insert. He is not his own person in the same capacity that Gordon Freeman is a player character insert. Like, on paper, we know what's this character's backstory. We know that Agent 47 has a backstory. We know that, in the first 3 Halo games, Chief has a backstory. It's covered in the books. But as a game character, a lot of the time, those characters are filled in by the choices of the player. Same with a lot of like Mass Effect games. What Shepard does is inherently dictated by what the player chooses. And choosing Paragon or Renegade inherently changes the narrative structure and the tone of the game. And trying to translate that into film is inherently difficult, because with those type of games, people as themselves, the player, see, okay, well, this is how I play the game, so I see the character as this. And that may not translate to another person, one, who played the game a different way, or B, has never played the game at all. And so trying to figure out the best way to write that in a way to make the characters relatable and add tone and structure to a game that might not have the tone and structure is the most difficult part, in my opinion.
This is why I also say that I always see this. Oh, I just want to see a one-to-one recreation of Resident Evil 1 as a film.
Which is a terrible idea, in my opinion.
Your heart says that. It really says that. But you might as well just go watch a game movie of all of the cutscenes, because, and this is what makes the Keeper's Diary so special, because it kind of it starts off as you're in the lore in the game 1-to-1, and then you kind of blend into this story that was in the game that we've kind of built out of, and then it goes back into how the game is. So Tomb Raider, for example, Tomb Raider 2018, no one talks about that film anymore because it was so close to the source material. It's a bit of a double-edged sword. Like if you steer too close into the source material, you just end up being forgettable. People are like, well, I might as well just play the game, you know?
Yeah. Which is the one thing that we talked about. I've spoken with Sean a bunch of times about it, and I think Andrew, we spoke about it with you and Andrew. But like the problem with trying to translate a 1-to-1 of the mansion is that it's going to be a bunch of people wandering around a mansion aimlessly trying to figure out obtuse puzzles. That's boring. Like think about like in terms of like the best way to compare that is like Indiana Jones, right? Yeah. Think about like the puzzles in the last section of The Last Crusade. Like that's a good way to sort of like handle puzzles where it's like a 25-minute sequence of them trying to figure out certain things, but you wouldn't have that be the whole movie. You're not gonna have 2 hours of Jill trying to test a key into 15 different doors to figure out what it unlocks. Like nobody wants to watch that.
I've got the wrong crank.
But to counter that though, like
it's just the hardest eye rolling by Jill as Barry just dad jokes his way through the entire mansion. To be fair, I watched that though. That sounds hilarious.
The S.D. Perry novel does a good job of actually
like that's what makes it fun. It's the character moments, because a lot of the time in Resident Evil, it's just your character in silence by themselves, wandering around the mansion, walk into a room, oh no, zombie, they shoot it, and then it's you trial and erroring a bunch of stuff for 20 minutes until you get to the next cutscene. And so it's like nobody wants to see that. You have to find some way to condense it, but you have to condense it in a smart way where it still gets the vibe across.
Doors can be broken down, but with a foot or a bullet.
Yeah.
Okay. Moving on to Beggy. Beggy, what is your thoughts on the completion of The Keeper's Diary and the reception?
No, nothing that anyone hasn't said already. I'm very pleased with how folks are liking it. I'm hoping folks will return to this whenever they feel that they want to or that they need to. This is sort of something for the ages. As Andy was saying before, with an attempt this large to bring the community together and create something on this professional level, we start to integrate closer together the two communities of sort of folks that are web creators and folks that are like filmmakers. And I never thought I would have that chance. I never thought that I would meet someone like an Andrew or someone like a Rob or like an Andy that like actually studied this kind of stuff, and they start to bring that type of media closer to these online spaces where there are a lot of fans with a lot of dreams and kind of wishes that they would see out of this kind of media, and being able to work on it is like even a greater of a surprise and an even better of one. So
yeah, well said. All right, guys. That was a good introduction to who everybody was and what each of us have done on the project. Kind of our thoughts now on where we're at. Are you guys ready to do a watch party and actually watch this together? I don't think any of us have gotten together to actually watch this since it dropped.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Yeah.
Let's do it.
What I'm thinking is we're going to do a watch party. We're going to watch it from beginning to end, give quick thoughts. And then what I would like to do is go back through each day and just kind of break down some behind the scenes, some of your favorite moments from it, or some of the challenges you guys had to go through. So we'll do a watch party, full movie. Then we'll just break down each day of The Keeper's Diary and just kind of give some context. Then we'll go through and have another discussion, show off Lewis's CG, the making of, and just have another chat. So, all right, let me get this pulled up for you guys. And please,
while you're pulling this up, for anyone watching, if you're interested, either maybe after the stream or whatever, feel free to head over to The Keeper's Diary on IMDb and leave a review and rate it.
Yes,
if you would like.
We would definitely appreciate if you guys would head over to IMDb. We brought this up during one of our after parties, and insane how many ratings we have gotten and reviews we've gotten since then. But if you have the time, head over to IMDb, leave it a rating. We would appreciate it. Let us know what you're thinking about it. And please let me know how the audio levels are with all of our voices and the film. I want to make sure it's going through well for you guys. So without further ado, here is our first time together watching The Keeper's Diary, a Biohazard Story. I'm sorry, Andrew Solo's The Keeper's Diary, a Biohazard Story. All right, here we go.
Can we talk while it's playing, or are we just watching it?
You could give your thoughts. You can chime in. I think that's okay. We'll talk more in depth in the second viewing.
Okay.
Very good new intro there for the Row logo. Thank you, Lewis.
Who is that person supposed to be with the rifle in front of the
What?
Row logo? The box art for Resident Evil. I never remember his name. It's supposed to be
I can't
Forrest.
Oh,
Judge
they don't
the
get audio.
artist.
They don't get audio.
It looks like Sean.
All right, starting it over. Here is
It
our
looks like Sean having a stroke.
Oh, God.
shotgun guy. All right, here we go. The Keeper's Diary, a Biohazard Story.
Yeah, I don't remember what
Seriously, it
the
looks like
artist's name
Sean.
is. JJ, do you remember what the artist's name is that made that design for the cover art of the game?
The
Can't remember.
I think I do, but I want to make sure.
Biohazard Story.
That's Ward Sexton's voice.
Excellent.
Think it's not fan.
Spooky. This shot was created by a gentleman by the name of Brent Little. Looks like it's lagging on YouTube.
Yeah, I see
Yeah, I was
that.
just about to say that.
Remember how much trouble we had trying to get these doors to be even.
Yeah.
I just could not get that set wall to be straight.
You did a really good job with those, the antique door handles and combining like parts from new ones and stuff.
Yeah, I know. I was really happy with how that turned out. I was afraid
Yeah.
we were going to have trouble.
Yeah.
I think my only regret next time knowing is that we'd get smoother walls for the wallpaper as opposed to using plywood.
Yeah. Yeah, that was just me trying to save money.
I mean, we were all women. I've never put on wallpaper in my life, and so like, honestly,
Yeah.
the fact that it looks so good is really just that's all the Lucas and Cam work for making it look good.
We deliberately installed this shit, honest.
It also does add charm.
It looks like it's still lagging on YouTube, JJ.
Yeah, I can't fix that, man. It's going through fine on my end.
JJ, it might be because of the fact that you're both streaming on Discord and
Yeah, I'll tell you
yes.
what. Stop screen sharing, JJ, and see if that fixes it, because we can just watch the stream.
All right,
Yeah.
all right. Well,
That'll be fine.
I apologize. It's a lot to handle, I guess.
well, there is going to be a delay. What we can do is we can just time it. Everybody put up the video on their end,
Right.
and then
Oh,
we
yeah.
do a countdown.
Yeah, we can do that.
Otherwise, we're going to have like a 10-second delay of all our feedback.
Yeah. Okay. We'll fix it. I want to make sure this is a good watch party.
Yeah, man.
I've been having some
You
internet
wanna?
problems lately. I don't know what the deal is, but we'll fix it. I'll just put it up here.
All right, I'm going to The Keeper's Diary.
There we
You want
go.
to just start it over since it was
Yeah,
like right
I
at
wanna
the
start it
beginning,
over, make
anyways?
sure it's good.
Okay.
There we go. We're all over here. Good. Now the film.
Then we can do 3, 2, 1, space bar.
Yeah.
Here, I'll post a link in the channel just to do it.
Yeah, that helps.
We're going to start at 0-0.
Got to be a
Yeah.
maverick to
Yeah.
start at 0, 1, so I'm ahead of you.
All All right, you guys,
Love
if
it.
you want to watch it with us in the chat, you can time it with us when we do the countdown here.
Well, chat shouldn't have to count down. They should still see what we're seeing.
I
They're
guess
saying
just-
that it's still lagging.
Give it a sec. It's probably just catching up. Oh yeah, it's pretty much full speed now. So
Huh. That's
Good to
really
go.
weird.
there you go.
there's nothing like live TV, man. Nothing like
Yeah.
live TV.
Oh, thank you guys for the support.
AJ,
Appreciate
try
that.
playing the video now and let's see what happens.
Yeah, I will.
Should be okay.
All right,
Yeah,
starting
seems like-
in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, play.
There we go.
We're starting back from 0-0, right? The very beginning?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. I don't see the footage
The
on
Keeper's
YouTube.
Diary.
Oh,
A
wait a minute.
biohazard
I
story.
think it's like 20 seconds film. No.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. It seems to be working.
So you should have battle not with monsters. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's working way better.
Battle not with monsters, but with technology.
For real.
Love
yeah,
that
so
shot
Andrew's
of the Arclay forest.
How did you
there.
do the forest?
This is stock footage that was altered by our roto painter.
That
Two
magic
shots of the
shot.
forest.
Amazing.
Yeah, and then this shot right here was created by Brent Little, who made a version of his own mansion on his own channel.
huge, by the way, huge shout out to Nuji, the cinematographer for this, done an absolutely stellar job.
Yeah.
Unbelievable
Oh, yeah.
effort he put into the film. Couldn't be here today. He sends his regards. But yeah, huge shout out to him, and of course, Let's Talk Resident Evil, Anthony, who was his camera assistant. Without those two guys, this project, they are such an important part of piece of the puzzle to this project.
Good
Yeah.
thing Jill doesn't know that wood's made out of balsa wood. But you just push it and it'll just dissolve.
Tackle right through it. Yeah, no, Luke did some really amazing cinematography. He shot on a red Komodo camera with Atlas Orion anamorphic lenses, I believe. That's how he was able to get such a beautiful image.
It's a great looking image. It really is.
Yeah, he did a great job, and he colored the film too.
Yeah.
So
I do love this shot here of a rotted keeper, like just been decaying for a while.
that is
great.
Lewis special that
Yeah.
he didn't know he was going to be working on.
He did a
Yeah,
really
because
good job.
we did have that practical.
Unforeseen events.
Yep.
Yeah,
But
No,
also Mike Long too.
yeah. Mike provided a model, and then Lewis altered it to get it to look how it did.
Wait, a 3D model or a physical model?
So we had, I did photogrammetry of Charlie's head a while back, and we had that made into a 3D model that was given to
nice.
Lewis and Mike, and they
May 9th,
Did their work.
1998.
God, this is again first time that the guardhouse has ever been depicted in live action.
Security.
yeah.
This was the barn you guys found, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this was an excellent set. The pictures
gentleman
you sent,
that-
this was awesome.
The gentleman that plays Elias, this is his barn.
Yeah.
Nate.
Shout out Nate.
Yeah.
TRG Nate. But yes, we was actually shooting this scene, and I remember speaking to Andrew and be like,
That's Steve
"Are we
from
shooting
Research.
a Resident Evil film or like a Casino Royale sequel?" Because it was fantastic.
The biggest inspiration, I guess, lighting-wise for this scene was definitely, one of the older Scorsese movies, but in terms of the way the scene is
Five
going
Estates.
and the game is being played, I was referencing the movie The Sting quite a bit with Paul Newman and Robert Shaw.
This was probably in terms of how many shots we took, this was probably the most complex shoot of the
Yeah.
week. It didn't feel like the most complex
I'm
shoot.
all in.
It was actually quite buttery smooth from start to finish.
Yeah.
I fold.
Got to give a shout out to that Excite poster in the back. That's actually
Yeah,
hanging up in the
buddy.
studio
Yeah.
here.
Huge shout out to Dwayne's actually in the chat, who is the composer for The Keeper's Diary. Huge Resident Evil fan, and again, another really imperative part of this puzzle that makes The Keeper's Diary work. So huge shout out to Dwayne.
Yeah.
Fantastic work, Dwayne.
Queens over
Yeah,
aces.
he made a really great music score.
Filthy Frank was amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely amazing. I love that dude.
Played it perfectly.
What can I say?
Steve
So,
is the big
for
winner.
those of you who don't know in the chat, that's
think
my
he was
cousin
cheating.
that played Steve, the researcher.
Sorry,
Really good.
scumbag.
Like,
I'm the
played the
best.
role perfectly.
Yeah. I gave them the reference. I sent them the scene that
May 10th,
from that movie, The Sting, and they really, it looks like they really
One of
honed
the
into
higher-ups
it.
assigned me to take care
Brandon
of
did a
the creature.
fantastic job with the paint in this room, making it look like concrete.
Commence.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
actually
huge
just
shout out Brandon Salisbury.
painted. What is it? It's not plywood. It's plasterboard.
Yeah, this is more of a smoother surface.
Yeah.
type
Looks like
board,
a-
I love how
Skinned
dingy
gorilla.
this lab looks like, much closer
Feeding
to the
instructions
original
were given
Resident
live
Evil 1,
animals.
the Resident Evil 1 and the Resident Evil 1 Remakes labs, as opposed to the Remakes pristine labs. This is very dingy.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
must
definitely.
clarify as well, a lot of the scenes, even though we were using sets from Resident Evil 1, a lot of these areas don't exist in the mansion or the Arkley lab.
No.
So
There it
we
is.
did our best to kind of make it look as accurate as possible.
The first ever hunter in a Resident Evil live action property.
Yeah.
Shout out Oscar Mansky.
Not that many people know. Those sunglasses, that's CGI.
When I threw
They're here. I wear them.
creatures seemed to play with it.
Yeah.
Tearing
Yeah,
off
shout out
the
Oscar
pig's legs
Mansky,
and
played a
pulling out the
fantastic
guts before it
senior
actually started
researcher
bleeding.
Yeah.
with the initial
Yeah.
AW.
Very good.
I love that
I've
line.
never seen a man put that many gallons of hairstyling in his hair at once. It's crazy.
He had to, man. He had shoulder length hair when he turned up.
Pretty sure he could stop a bullet at this point.
Pablo's voice
Pure
here, though,
resin for the hair.
really sells this scene, too. Like, it adds
May
to
11th, 1998.
that.
At around
Yeah.
5 a.m., Scott woke
This is
me
just
up.
footage of Charlie sleeping on the set.
Too.
Doesn't need to be
Pretty
blamed.
much.
It was tight as hell.
Yeah.
Now, this was a really interesting change, wasn't it, Andrew,
He was
of
wearing a
having
protective suit.
Scott in a well, a lot of creative liberty taken here.
Like a USS outfit?
Yeah,
I mean, he is a
He
USS,
handed
so it
me
makes
another one and
sense
told
for
me
him
put
to
it
wear
on.
that.
Said there'd been an accident in the basement lab. Is everything
I
okay?
think what you did.
No, I think it's a good
sense,
switch.
didn't
I think it makes sense. Because then it's just a bunch of people, and we're like, well, who's this person in this black BDU? But like, it's a good throwback of
I
like
just knew
understanding
something
that
like this would happen.
Umbrella security is everywhere because they are watching people.
Those
Yeah. In
bastards
the diary, he
research never
says
sleep.
Scott and Elias from security, so
Yeah.
it would make
Even on
sense for him to
holiday.
be a part of the USS.
Man, the sets really look good
May
here.
12th, 1998.
I think
That's
these
also
are
why I-
really
Damn
wide shots
spacesuit
in the
since
film,
yesterday.
and it looks amazing.
Yeah.
Honestly, he's the
My
one
skin
breathing
is
the best
getting
air in this
grimy,
entire thing because this room's filled to the brim.
Dude, I used
Iron particles.
when we went back to refurbish JJ Studio, I put that on because just to those white things in there were just totally black.
Oh yeah, I hope
Goddamn dogs have been looking at me funny.
I hope you guys found a way to clean that stuff up. And JJ's not just inside of a soot room right now.
Huge shout
Well,
out to
he's in
Riley.
the office portion. They cleaned that up pretty good. Yeah.
Huge shout out to Riley and Andrew. What was the company called?
Warsong Dobermans in kind of Lapeer, Michigan area, and I can't remember the other company, but the person she works with name is
decided
Karen
not to
Weaver,
feed him
who
today.
also has their own Doberman breeder company.
Again, there's no kennel in the mansion, even though they're talking
May
about
13th,
looking after dogs.
1998.
So we had complete creative liberty on it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff missing from them, like especially the first mansion. Because don't forget, nothing's perfect. Don't forget, there's no bathroom in the
went to the
in the
infirmary
Raccoon City
because my
police
back
station in the
is all
first
swollen.
pass.
Yeah.
So like, it's fine to take liberties in these PS1 games.
No infirmary. So
Right.
I think we with the resources we had, we did a good job.
Yeah. If we had more money to build a set, I would have liked to build that room, the medical storage room from the first game. But you know, when you don't have money and all that stuff, you gotta make do with what you have. So we found this pretty cool location.
Huge shout out to Sean Meyer, who's doing Carrier Raccoon City Story. He made these labels for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, these labels look quick, but also, no joke, I thought you were about to say huge shout out to Robotussin. Really helped out in the shot here. Thank you, Dave Cole and NyQuil. These labels look fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, shout out to Sean.
1990.
Oh, I love this scene. Oh wait, no, I got the wrong one. This is just still a very disturbing scene, and that is very grotesque, and I don't like looking at it. But
Feet.
yeah.
When I
just
saw that on set, I kind of freaked out. I didn't like looking at it.
Nicholas in the
another
chat
big
says the
list
doctor
of
looks
flippers.
legit. Well, he's got a stethoscope on, so of course
That's
it's
my.
legit.
He's a doctor.
That was my aunt's stethoscope. She let us borrow it.
Thank you, Andrew's aunt.
It's really interesting how,
Ended
like,
up dragging my foot all the way to the
you
doctor,
portrayed
and
this kind of slow necrotic
They were quiet all
infection
day,
of the T
which is
virus.
weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These kennels
Then I
are
realized some
fantastic.
of
You
them
guys
had
found a really
escaped.
good location for this and lit it very well.
This is their way of getting back
Yeah.
for not feeding.
Yes,
me the
yes,
last
JJ,
few
but
days.
a lot of it was luck. Like, I'm not going to be honest with you.
Anybody finds out, I'll have my
Like,
head
we
handed to
really
me.
just hit gold on every single location we had,
Yeah.
including you.
Yeah.
I'll only say that once.
This scene. I love the music here too. It's just very like with the
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the reference that I gave Dwayne was a track from Doom.
Sir, it's not
Oh,
safe out
okay.
here. Go
I
back
tried
to your
to
room.
tell him to
Look,
put like
sir,
a hunk twist on it.
There's
A
another
hunk
Like a
one.
theme.
Looming Dread kind of twist.
Looming
Yeah.
Dread type theme twist on it.
It's interesting. A lot of people say that we reference Marilyn Manson's tracks in that.
Yeah, I was thinking
That
Marilyn Manson. That's what I was thinking. I love the soundtrack to Resident Evil 1.
This is a great scene
The
that
movie.
Andrew just completely came up with by himself.
Yeah, because this diary entry is in the original, but not the remake. So I
Yeah.
thought it'd be cool to include. You know.
Yeah, I like that addition a lot.
The inclusion of the typewriter in this room doesn't make sense in the game, but it totally makes sense that he would be
It was-
writing his diary entry on a typewriter.
Yeah, it was very fitting, I thought too, because originally I was like a diary. He writes it in a diary, but it's like a typewriter.
Right.
That just makes way more sense.
May
You know, it's one of those
16th,
things where it doesn't break
1998.
anything; it just adds
Rumors
to
going
it.
around that a researcher
I only
who tried
got
to
one
escape
shot.
the
I'm
estate
not
last
having
night
a
was shot.
typewriter in my
Yeah.
film.
My entire body feels hot.
One more chance
itchy,
to
and
Resident
I'm
Evilize it a
sweating
little
all
bit
the
more.
time now.
So.
We haven't-
Again, like, I
scratched
love
the
everything
swelling on
about
my
this.
arm and
Less is
a
more.
piece of
Like, there's no
rotten
point in
flesh
Charlie
dropped
pulling
off.
his arm off or something like that.
What the
It's-
hell's happening to me?
You know what's happening to him, you know?
Yeah, that's, oh, I love it. Charlie, a shout out to Charlie too. Absolutely nailed this role, and then a shout out to Joe
This
White.
is-
Absolutely nailed the voice.
Yeah, I was gonna say also just kind of calling out. This is Joe White
Yeah.
Yeah.
doing the voiceover.
Yep.
Who is
This is it's one of my favorite scenes in the film.
Itchy.
Hey, it's your buddy, Scott.
Scott came.
Buddy, you don't look so good. You're gonna need to come with me, okay?
You can see him turning. Like he's gone.
But shout out
Yes.
to Brett Barber for the voiceover. He made me feel genuinely uncomfortable with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brett
Now,
did.
this
He
is
works
my-
a lot with the Corridor crew on YouTube, so he's a great actor.
He's really good. This is my favorite shot
And yes,
right here.
Brandon Salisbury in the chat, he did help do the window at the end of the hallway and shake the branches with the leaves on the outside.
That added a lot.
Yes.
Get your own clit. Sorry, had to.
Damn, she clicked on him.
It's pro, dude. That looks so sick. Oh my god, that was one of the coolest scenes to see behind the camera too, with that lighting flashing there. She closes the door.
Yeah.
Turned out really good. There. And the credits were originally just gonna be black, right? Then you came back and you took some pictures and added some effects. I think that really helped a lot with the ending, so it wasn't just shoots and walks out done. Like now you get this really nice kind of replay through it.
Well, yeah, and you had said that you wanted to see more of the set because I kept the film really tight, and I 100% agreed because there were just things that like the Farrah Fawcett poster never made it in the cut, so I took a picture of it and put it in the credits.
Should have that CG'd over Jennifer Aniston. Whoa! Just kidding. Every shot just CG. No,
I wish we would have put the Farrah Fawcett poster where Jennifer Aniston is, to tell you the truth, because that would have made more sense for a man his age, you know, at that time. Nothing against Jennifer Aniston.
Shout out to Darian and Chris, who looked unbelievable on set. They just looked so accurate.
I don't even know if you can call it cosplay, because it's actual like military gear that they have.
Their gear, because he left it here. I was gonna send it back to him, and I asked if I could wear it, and he said that's totally fine. And I put the suit on, and I was like, dude, I just want to keep it here, you know, like how much? And he's like, you know, this suit's a little over $5,000, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna send it back to you, buddy.
Yeah, he put a pretty penny into that. It's like legit military gear. So
crazy how awesome it is though to see it in person, and then even to wear it, just how much work goes into making it like exact.
Big Bob Nor.
Hey, who's that guy?
Who is that guy? Oh, jeez.
No.
This was a really funny shoot. This.
Yeah. It was
2
silly.
a.m. 2 a.m. Me, Andrew, and Hannah, who plays Regina.
Yeah.
Regina.
Female espionage agent for legal reasons.
I'm glad I brought those clocks because it totally matches what she carries in the game.
Shutters back there.
Yeah. This came together very, very quickly. I remember speaking to Andrew. I'm like, dude, we're going to have all this equipment here. We're all going to be together. Let's shoot a teaser trailer for another short film. And obviously, Becky put the script together with Andrew. This came together so quickly. We actually forgot to tell people that she was coming, and she just kind of turned up on set.
Yeah.
And it was Anthony, Let's Talk Resident Evil. He was like, oh, who's this? I was like, oh yeah, by the way, we're shooting a Dino Crisis teaser.
That's Regina.
By the way, shout out to James Brown, who voices Rick in this. He did a fantastic job.
Oh my god.
He perfectly emulated Richard Yarwood's voice. Perfectly emulated his voice.
Yeah, you could think that is him. And huge shout out to Sonny Bauer, who voices Gale. Again, very late on that he pieced that together for us. And I think he sounds like Gale. I think he did a brilliant job.
Yeah.
Those two were huge. I remember the initial cuts of you sending me those, Andrew, of the audio, and then sending me Sonny and the other actors, and I was like, wow, this is like, it really became what you meant it to be for these voices. That was like the big part.
I just gotta say too, for everyone commenting on Hannah's hair, it will be corrected when we do the actual film, so don't worry.
Yeah.
For
Again, that was shot. That was shot at like 2 a.m. Like after a 20-hour day. We just wanted to put something together.
Yeah.
As much as I love OG Regina and her bright red hair, I also think it's going to be hard to take that seriously in a live action setting. I think redhead, sure.
Yeah.
Glow in the dark neon red, probably not.
Yeah, I agree. There's got to be some sort of like Mary Jane color red, but yeah.
Well, I'm sure. No, that's for costume and makeup. We'll just have to do some research and testing.
Right.
I'm really happy though. I know a lot of people have made the comment about the hair, but nobody has made negative comments about the attire, because Andrew did a very good job in, I think, modernising this leotard that Regina.
No, people don't want the leather. People are going to argue over the leather leotard for the special forces agent.
She's got to have the diaper. That's what I always call that outfit.
How does she put that on?
Look at the outer diaper.
I'm just like, what is? Everybody else has BDU tactical vest. What is Regina wearing? Arm sleeves and a leather bodice. And I'm like, what?
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. Like I love. Obviously, I love.
It's a great look, but it's not practical.
Yeah. But I very much approach like the way Jill looked and the way Regina looked in this as adapting a wardrobe from a comic book, almost like what the Marvels do, what the Marvel movies do.
This, didn't we, Andrew? We actually said this like yesterday. I'm really happy that Andrew modernised or took a modern approach to female detectives attire, because the shoulder pads are like, I don't know, man, just
No, it's silly. It doesn't make any. Why do you have? What is she gonna football tackle somebody? Nobody needs shoulder paddles. She's not a quarterback. What is this?
I think they're very unique. But
Yeah, and again,
also,
I know it's a unique look, but like it would make more sense if it was part of a vest, not just like the proto concept art for Leon's flak vest in Resident Evil 1.5. That is big shoulders, that is big shoulders in the vest, and that's part of the vest. So you can be like, okay, well, it's part of the vest. But in this case, she's just wearing like a leather shoulder pads, no holster, nothing attached.
Big moment.
Oh my God, who put this guy here?
Got my cameo, baby. I'm happy.
That's it.
The guys will tell you this. I fucking hated this scene.
Yeah, you did not want
this.
this
It really
in.
pissed me off, but now it's come out, it's actually quite endearing. And it really breaks
Wait,
down.
why were you upset about this?
I don't know, I just thought we'd put a super serious film together, and then we have JJ wiping a fucking window at the end.
Somebody's
I
got
mean,
to
it's
do
a
it.
nice throwback.
Someone's gonna clean it up.
Kind of remind me of just the constant jokes we were making on set, though, about like, that was some of the most watered down beer I've ever had in my life.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
it's
that
so
was
Just like, they're like, oh, geez, what's this Ouroboros then, eh?
In all fairness, I actually really did like it at the end, and I think it really.
Honestly, I would have laughed if he sprayed the wall with the beer first and then used that to clean off the blood. Squeeze it off.
We didn't want to be too
He shakes the
ridiculous.
can up and just cracks it
And
open.
then, it shakes it up and then sprays it under the window to clean it.
Yeah.
We always said that he should be wiping the window, and then like the next procedure, Wesker starts, and like the lights go off and the shutter opens and the hunter just
Look, I'll be
brutalizes.
honest. If that was a real janitor working in this situation, he would have shotgunned that beer, crushed against his forehead, cleaned up everything as soon as possible, and got out of the room as soon as he could.
You know, in hindsight, but I felt like it was subtle, right? It was
No,
subtle.
I think it was subtle and fun.
Yeah.
it's-
And
I'm just saying, I would have probably gone over the top with it.
had to fight a little bit to get that in there, but I'm glad we discussed putting that in at the very end, so it doesn't ruin the tone of the film at all. Just a little fun bonus thing at the end,
Yeah.
you know. And I think it
Here's
fit.
what I would have done, all right? Janitor walks in, all right? His name's Steve Stevenson. Cracks open a brewski, and he's like, oh, geez, the Packers are going to start playing in about 10 minutes. I got to get out of this mansion. Shotguns the beer, crushes it on his forehead, throws it behind him, squeegees real fast, and he's like, all right, done. All right, goodbye, everybody.
I like your Canadian accent. I should have did that.
Wisconsin accent.
It was, the northern, just like the, oh,
Midwestern,
geez.
Canadian, yeah.
Oh my
There's
god.
a mansion up there in the woods, and they said they'd give me 10 cases of Bush Light if I just cleaned the whole place. They said it was full of dead people, but I thought they were just kind of joking. But you know what? 10 cases of free beer is 10 cases of free beer then. Like, come on, get this wrapped up.
I do
Oh my
that.
god. I feel like in the
Cases of
top
Busch
3,
Light
like
or-
list of top 3 worst things about that shoot week was like you doing that voice like all the time.
This is what it was like building sets with him for a
Yeah.
whole
Yeah.
week.
I haunted the set while I was building stuff.
Oh my gosh, dude. I was crying laughing.
Yeah,
the whole time.
Andrew, I was concerned at some point because Andrew was like openly weeping, and I was like, "Are you okay?" Well, because we were working like 10-hour, 12-hour days, and so I was like, I need something to keep my sanity, which is just to start rambling bullshit for hours at a time.
Dude, it got so bad when we went to like Culver's or something. We were in northern Michigan on the border of Wisconsin.
Yeah, because we were like whispering under our breath to make sure we didn't get beat up by the locals. We looked at us and be like, "What the fuck are these city pricks doing here?"
Yeah.
And we're like, "Oh, Culver's, it's a good burger then, eh?" Oh, geez, you got fried cheese curds here. Well, it's a good way to degrease your heart now then, eh?
It's fitting.
No, sir, you can put it with a gun. I'm leaving.
Yeah,
Oh, man.
people were starting to look at us and they were like, we should probably stop.
It was for the audience. It was in the middle. It's in the middle of nowhere. It's Upper Michigan. You know, very small
first
town.
of all, it was also peak color. It was gorgeous in the autumn.
Oh,
Like,
I've got great videos on my phone.
I really wish that there was some like forest scenes or something because it was so pretty.
Actually,
Yeah.
there was a lot of people that came to the studio while we were shooting the film, thinking that because this used to be my dad's business, and they've since got a new building. So a lot of people that used to work here are like, well, what are they doing there? They've seen all these vehicles out there. This place has been not
Oh
used
yeah,
in
no, they were
almost 4
wondering
years.
because there was a whole bunch of vehicles parked outside the
They thought we were
warehouse.
putting together a Halloween attraction. And nope, we're making a movie. But everybody said you guys should turn that into a Halloween attraction. I said, I mean, as a Resident Evil fan, if I was not attached to this at all, it would be really cool to walk through some of those sets because they're so exact. You know, like could you imagine a Resident Evil Halloween attraction through them? It'd be pretty cool. But
Yeah.
we had to tell them, hey, we're actually doing stuff, so you can't just walk in, get out of here.
Yeah.
And like build a rec room out of that whole space.
Yeah, yeah.
A couple floors, yeah.
All right, so so let's kind of go back through now. I'll stop at each day. Like we'll watch through, stop at each day, and just give some thoughts, behind the scenes. Maybe some things that you guys, some of your experiences working on this for each day here. So to everybody in the chat too, also thank you so much for joining us for this watch party. We do hope you enjoy it. It's been a fun conversation so far, and I hope you get some stuff you might not have heard in another discussion here. I do really like this film contains and that artwork. You had that done for this film. That was really good. You want to shout out who made that?
That was done by a gentleman. You're talking about the disclaimer at the beginning, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, a gentleman by the name of Cameron McPhee. He actually sent me a breakdown that I've been meaning to post lately. He had like 400 layers in Photoshop, which is insane to think about. But I'll get that posted soon so you guys can see what his workflow is like. But he spent a really good chunk of time on it, trying to make it look as good as it does. So
Cameron is he done a lot of work for me, like Biohazard Classified, and we actually got him to do the movie poster, the movie, the Keeper's Diary movie poster. That's the thumbnail for the video, and yeah, it just as ever, just his role kind of evolved. And Andrew was like, "Yeah, I'd really like a matte painting," and like it's the detail in this and that video, the time lapse that he's done with all those layers is spectacular. So huge shout out to Cameron for his help on this project.
That's amazing. I got the Ward Sexton title call. I mean, you can't ask for a better person to announce your film than Ward Sexton when you're doing a Resident Evil fan film.
Diary.
Yeah.
he's a very, very nice person too, by the way.
Super cool. Then I always said I really like this quote that you added here. I feel like it's very fitting.
Yeah, funny enough, I don't know too much about him. I've never read his books. I just know this quote from seeing it all over the place, and you guys seem to really like it, so I left it in the film.
Yeah. This Arclay Forest too. This is like perfect. Like if I was to go to the theater and watch a Resident Evil movie and I was thinking of Arclay Forest with a mansion, like that would be it. That is insane. You actually, just for this scene here, we were all pretty content with Brent's original shot of the mansion, but you wanted to have him redo it. We took a little extra time to make sure it was done just right. You sent a few versions that were good, but we were very happy with that original. And then once the final came through, it's like, oh man, that actually really paid off. This looks insane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Pretty crazy seeing the Spencer Mansion like that. And then here, that background there is actually not there. We didn't make that part of the hallway. That background behind Jill there, that was all CG added in. There was actually took my streaming green screen and I put it up behind the door, and you had little markers in there. Oh, you can't see it.
It looks unbelievable.
Yeah, let's see. Maybe I can share it to you guys too here, just so you can at least see, because I keep pausing it to talk about specific parts.
Well, don't do that.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I've got the video up here, so
yeah. Nah, I can stream it really low quality, so we won't have any buffering. Don't worry, it'll be okay.
Which one are we looking at? Are we looking at the stream or are we looking at our own videos?
Nah, I'm streaming it to you guys. This is fine. I'm not hosting my stream. I'm just, there you go.
Okay.
I'll just get rid of this. There we go. Good. But yeah, this turned out really good. And it's that exact...
Yeah. That's another thing. So we obviously weren't going to build a hallway for one shot, so we put a green screen up behind her. Lewis animated the hallway. That's the hallway that the medical storage room is in, around the corner in the backside there. So Lewis made a 3D model of that, and my friend from college, Steve Spady, he is a very good roto painter, composite artist, all that stuff. So he was able to key the green screen out and place it in the shot.
Again, Lewis has never worked on a film before. This is fucking unbelievable.
I would have never even guessed it was CGI.
But to be fair, Steve did a really... I think he did magic here, actually, because to blend it like he did.
Yeah.
Like,
he works for a company called Zero VFX, and they do all kinds of work on all kinds of movies and TV shows.
Andrew died.
I thought...
no. Are we continuing
Andrew.
without the director? Oh no!
Oh, right on, Freeze.
I was waiting for where that was going, but I'll continue on until he comes back.
Yeah.
But let's all draw our attention over here to the right side of the screen. That's actually Brandon out there shaking that branch. That was his idea to put a branch outside the window, and it worked perfectly. It's wind, and that rain was CG'd in.
It's making the set dynamic, you know,
Yes.
and it's a living, breathing set.
Added so much, and then obviously,
Small details that makes all the difference.
yeah. Adding in the lockpick here. The door's not originally locked in the game, but adding that here was a nice little touch to Jill, the master of unlocking.
No, Jill did unlock this room with a lockpick in RE1.
Was it the
not
original or the remake?
Yeah, the original.
Oh, okay, yep. And that shotgun too, that was borrowed from a local company here. It's the exact model of the shotgun used in the game. That thing's old.
Trent gun.
Yeah, it's a Winchester 1887.
Absolute war crime of a weapon.
That bottle was left here, and I took a little sip off of that the other week just to celebrate the release.
Oh,
of
is that the whiskeys I brought in?
Yeah, it was. Corey thought it was a prop, and I was like, "No, bro, there's still some whiskey in there. Let's go take a pull off of it."
I remember with those doorknobs, that was like the most that I had learned about doorknobs since, and up until that point from Rob. So that was cool, learning how those were put together.
Yeah, that was all CG.
That was really cool how we were able to take the old handles and literally just slap it onto a new system, just using a little bit of brute force, but just figuring out how to make it work.
Worked really well. There's Charlie's face rotten.
All right, sadly I do need to step out, but you folks have a great time. Thanks for having me, and I hope I can join again soon.
Thank you, Rob, for joining, man. Have
Thanks
a good
for
one.
joining.
Thank you for all your help for this
Thanks, nice to
project.
meet you.
Appreciate it a ton, man.
Appreciate it as well, Rob. Take it easy.
Thank you.
Say goodbye
Good
to
meet y'all.
Rob.
I'll see y'all soon.
Just a quick one, JJ.
Yeah.
If you could just like rewind a little bit, just go back a couple of frames. So you'll see the wall. If you go back a little bit more, so it's like got the wider shot of that back. Yeah. So you just there. So if you play Jill coming in, you'll see on that back wall you've got Queen and you've got Jennifer Aniston. So why did we specifically choose to do that? So if you pause here, you'll see the Bohemian Rhapsody on the right-hand side, Jennifer Aniston on the left-hand side. It's not out of the realms of possibility that a bachelor who lives by himself has a picture in the late 90s of Jennifer Aniston on the wall. That totally makes sense to us. And Queen, it should probably go without saying how important Queen is to Resident Evil. If we think of Let Me Live, if we think of Made in Heaven, obviously iconic costumes that were referenced in tracks from Queen. So we thought, I think Andrew's original plan was to have, Led Zeppelin, I think it was. Yeah. And when we and it was Led Zeppelin in the teaser trailer, but he made the decision to change it to Queen, and I think that's absolutely the correct decision. It made total sense.
Made in Heaven, Mother Love. Yeah, Queen is big with Resident Evil. And to your point of him being a bachelor, sure, he's living alone, but I don't think Nancy would appreciate that picture of all these girls on his walls. Nancy wouldn't be very happy with that. All right,
that's all right. She didn't see him again, so.
And now I do like how it starts off with Jill investigating, and then it does the flashback. And this scene, I want to let you guys. Oh, Andrew's back. Welcome back,
Andrew's
Andrew.
back, yeah.
And then the // GTA. So you guys didn't change that at all. It was very much just exactly as the diary. But this scene, I know you guys are going to talk a lot about right after this. I still have all those pages out in the set too, which is really cool that they're all still here. Poker.
Those are fun to get printed, actually. We went to like a local kids library, and there was a special like kind of parchment paper.
And you got them all printed.
With Corey, yeah.
Man, this room must have been complete like a fog machine just going off in there. All the smoke coming out. I couldn't make it to this one, but
it looks beautiful. It looks absolutely fantastic. There was a reference. If you rewind a little bit, I'm sure everybody caught it, but it was the reference to RE1 live action, and it's Charlie Kraslavsky lighting up the cigarette. That's a direct reference to the iconic scene in the first Resident Evil. We thought that'd be a nice touch to include.
And he does it perfectly. Charlie nailed that. And was that might have been real because he quit smoking since, but some of these cigarettes on the set were fake.
Charlie was smoking a real one. Frank was smoking a real cigar, and then Christian and Nate were smoking prop cigarettes.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like herbal.
I know because Corey tried it and said it was absolutely terrible.
The tension in this scene is just fucking beautiful, man. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, if you haven't seen the movie The Sting with Paul Newman, go watch it.
And a little bit of trivia here. So, Frank and our special effects person Paige actually were really, really good at poker, and we'd blocked everything out before.
Reblocked.
Yeah, reblocked. So it made a lot more sense. And like Frank actually does cheat. Like IRL, he shows you how it would be logical for him to cheat. Obviously, you don't see it on screen. But everything is planned out. Like Frank is legitimately cheating at this game.
I want to know how he's cheating,
really
unless he has a spare deck of cards. How else is he cheating here?
Well, on set, he basically like has them up his sleeve and like slips them. He slips the cards that he's got in his hand onto the floor. It's really again less is more pointless, including that exchange.
Your cousin nailed it so much that like when you see him sorry, you know, like it's like somebody you want to punch in the face, but that just means he was really good at acting this bit.
Oh,
Yeah, I love this bit so much, dude.
Perfectly aggravating in that moment.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you absolute piece of shit.
Yeah, like I want to punch him, but he's a nice guy.
Dude, he had us rolling in that barn. He had us just dying. He really made that shoot so good.
Yeah.
There are a lot of other good takes that we didn't include, but it was hard to choose. I imagine for Andrew, there was just so many good ones.
Like even small stuff. Like quickly pause it, JJ, because I don't want to miss all of it. Like, even small stuff, he would be like, he would say stuff like ad lib stuff, and it was just so funny. He would be like, "Well, we've got no money. That's why we're all here." And it's like, he had us dying, man. Just absolutely had us dying.
Yeah,
and shout out to Dwayne as well, who has the aqua ring kind of coming in at the end there, and it's like so good.
Bro, I want to get the soundtrack from this because it's absolutely fantastic. Like all the themes are very similar, but just redone in a way that's so original and unique and super fitting. I love that.
Yeah. I didn't know how to show him cheating, so that's why I didn't put it in there. I kind of just really referenced that movie, The Sting.
Yeah,
so,
just leave it up to your interpretation.
Yeah. But a gentleman by the name of Duncan McCarty, a friend of mine here in Utah that I work with, had a big helping hand in choreographing the poker scene, because I don't know a damn thing about poker.
Put a lot of work into that. We should play poker next time you come up. I know we said it the last 5 times, but we should play some poker. It's fun.
Well, whenever I come up and work with you, it's like
work the whole time.
20 hours later, and then I go to bed.
Then you gotta go home the next day. But here, I want to give a shout out to Beggy and Corey, because you guys did a lot with the details in this room. Like it looked like a nice concrete wall. You guys really made it look dirty and grungy. You can see like the rain coming off there. And...
Yeah. If you pause it for a sec, go to the stuff on the wall. It doesn't have to be a shot with everything, but that's fine, sure. So many of these props, it was great how they were so accessible. They were actually taken from the factory that we were operating in, because that was this sort of castings facility, and things like the danger electrical box, things like the poster that's on the right side behind Frank. And just smudging them with dirt and grease and all that kind of stuff. This was setting up these rooms for the laboratory was probably the most like physical labor I've done in like my life or like years because it was like when I arrived on set, Rob, who was just here a little bit ago, he was showing us like how to spack and how to fill in all of the gaps in the wall with this pink spacking. We did that, and then we sanded it out to smooth it down. And then we started the process of painting the whole thing. Brandon had a couple of good suggestions to make the entire lab dirtier and also to have little details like paint dripping down. If you look to the left side, right beneath the windowsill, on this side and on the other side, there's little drips of paint. And on the other side, there's also busted trim that kind of suggests that the hunter damaged the trim on the other side. But just all the little details to make it nastier, more sort of neglected of a space. All of those, many of those, Brandon had a big hand in spreading the dirt around. Corey and I had done that for quite a while, but yeah, it was really rewarding. And then finally moving the desk and the computer and the other paraphernalia into it was like, it felt like we were getting close to finally having it ready for the shoot on that 5th or 6th day.
Brandon had the idea of cinnamon too that made it look rusty. Like you can see it around the edges of the wall too. I remember that we went and got cinnamon. It smelled really nice in there. It looks terrible, but it smelled really nice.
There was something I would like to, and this is more of kind of the intricacies of shooting, but we didn't outside of the poker scene. We didn't really record sound on set. I think the dog scene actually, the kennels we did,
and the hospital too,
and a bit of the hospital. But generally, when we shot in the warehouse, we didn't shoot any audio. All the audio was done via sound design, via Andrew, etc. But the benefit of doing that, even though you think, well, why didn't you record sound? It's kind of a silly thing not to do. The real benefit of that was whilst we were shooting, and because we had such a compressed program to shoot this film, whilst we were shooting, we could still continue to create the other sets while we were doing the keepers room. So Beggy, Corey, Brandon could continue to build these very intricate sets while we could continue shooting the Keeper's Diary. So it actually really worked out well in the end, to be honest.
Yeah, I remember it was just such a unique memory for me. It's very distinct in my mind because we would spend however much time we thought we could in here with it being as cold as it was, and then like go to the car to warm up and then to come back, do a little bit more, and it was this kind of cycle and like eat between. And I remember like catching little bits of you guys shooting in the other sets on the days that we were building and painting. But it was just so fun. And I remember pretty soon here you're gonna see that light that goes off when the hash switch is pulled. And we went to like a few different stores. I remember running around to find like the one that would have displayed the colors in the specific sequence that Andrew wanted. And we ended up going with that orange one, but that was also a little adventure.
You guys put fake blood on the inside of that light to get it to shine red.
Was that what it was?
Yeah.
I thought it was red.
Oh yeah, no, I think that's true. Yeah.
Oh wow.
I actually didn't even remember that detail because I remember when we were shopping for them, there were several orange and yellow ones that had like different patterns.
Are you talking about the one that was in
I'm gonna see if I can
where the pig came out of?
Yes. This one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, my dad really appreciated you ripping all the shit off of his walls too. Thank you, Baggy and Corey. Just kidding. It was already all down. Yeah, you can see some of the stuff there. But that light, that was. I remember like it took a while to get that wired up.
First aid poster and everything else. They were just pre-existing in the same facility, so that was like kind of nice and just like efforted dirtiness, trying to portray that in a film. Efforted like nastiness.
Like how Andy was laughing. I know what he was laughing at earlier.
Wait, what are you talking about?
When she started talking about the stuff that they put on the walls and you started laughing.
Oh, why? Because why are you laughing?
With the whatever safety, whatever, the poster or whatever. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yes. We did have a critique of that somebody had said, why is there a safety poster in a dilapidated umbrella facility? And it's like, dude, come on.
People still need to follow the rules. there's
come
rules, all right? And if you're gonna put on a facade, that it's a safe,
Anyways, I
put up a
thought
poster.
it was funny because like when we were filming and they were working, I'd be like action, and then Charlie, he'd be like waking up, getting out of bed, and then all of a sudden you just hear a miter saw going off in the background.
People are still working on sets. By the way, you can see here his hair was super long, like really.
We have a
long.
really good anecdote about that. So,
Yeah.
love Oscar Mensky. When we posted, me and Andrew posted the picture in our little production chat. This is the person we are using as Wesker. Everybody, I'm sure, was like, "What?" Like this dude had shoulder length hair, stubble, and I was like, I literally opened up Photoshop, got a PNG of some sunglasses, put them over, and I was like, "Dude, this is fucking Wesker." This man turned up with shoulder length hair, stubble. He didn't even have the black shirt. I had to run to Walmart, pick this man's black shirt.
Oh, we went to Walmart for so many things. Like for that, we Paige and I went there to get the hair product for him.
Yeah.
But then we also got the shirt, and then we also got just all the goodies that we needed to get him ready. But
we literally had to really
That hair was
push
cake.
just brill cream his hair up
There's no moving that hair. After we got done with it, it was like Leon Kennedy's hair. It just would never change. It was stuck like that. It was just tied up so tight.
Every time we moved the camera, we had to move that portion of his hair out of the way so it still kind of retained.
I remember that.
That slick.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, look at the end result. Look at the end result. Like this is to me the closest. He's got the jawline, and I think actually Rob said it best. He actually kind of looks like a young Val Kilmer. Which, if you look back through
100%.
Capcom's inspirations for Wesker, it was from Top Gun.
Yep.
Val
Top
Kilmer.
Gun.
So
Iceman.
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 That's why when I seen him, when you guys showed me, I was like, oh my god, that looks just like a young Val Kilmer, and that's exactly what Wesker was based off of. So that I thought that was perfect. His hair was too long. And
I have also heard comments about Wesker wouldn't really be there at this point in time because he's already infiltrated the RPD, and it's like, okay, yeah, maybe he might have been there, maybe not, probably not. But again, it's like, I only got one shot at making a fan film. I think it'd be pretty cool to put this in here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think it was very fitting. He's still overseeing stuff in his own time. That doesn't mean he can't be doing two things. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean that he can't be at the RPD, getting through with the star. I don't personally, to me as a Resident Evil fan, that doesn't break any lore.
Yeah, if it's also, not only is it consistent with the character, but if we're going to have one single recognizable face present in the scene to essentially sign off on what is being researched and what is being conducted, then who better to have than this man, right?
Yeah.
So how could you not?
Shout out to Milo. My daughter named this pig, little baby pig. I think that was the most amount of people we had on set was when Milo came. Everybody wanted to see the baby pig. We
got a picture of that somewhere of everybody looking through that little window.
Yeah. Milo was very cute, but very stinky, but played the part perfectly.
Extremely stinky.
Yeah.
Milo shat himself multiple times. Dude, I was chief trapdoor operator, and let me tell you, it was very fragrant in that area of the warehouse. And actually, Milo wasn't the original casting for the pig. We actually had a bigger pig.
Oh yeah.
But we was concerned that pig, the unnamed Chris P. Bacon, wouldn't be able to fit through the trapdoor. So we ended up with Milo, who, fortunately fit through the gap.
This
big old
farmer
pig that just moves the wall as it's trying to get through.
That's a concern. That's what this farmer was concerned about. He had a couple of other pigs at that season. His name is Jake, and he was very cooperative. But he had a couple of other pigs that would have been destructive to the set, and they would have caused problems outside of just being able to fit under the pig door or not. And he was so generous with his time. He actually had his son's hockey game that day or something. He told me, and he showed up and he stayed there before hours before we had that portion of the set ready for his pig to enter it. And then he stayed there, and then not only did he stay there for the whole shooting time, and then he took it back, but he came back to the set at night in the evening just to hang out and see how the production was going.
I gotta hit that guy up and see if he's actually seen it since it's been out. I mean, he's a farmer. He's very this is he was kind of blown away by what we were doing in such a small town. This was out of He's like, I have no idea what you guys are doing, but it's pretty cool. You know, looking forward to seeing it. I wonder if he even knows it's out. I gotta text him.
I should text him, yeah. I think
Yeah.
he actually asked me to do that, and I haven't done it yet, so I'll send it to him. It's been a couple weeks, yeah.
He let him
And
down.
get this, chat. His last name, I kid you not, VIVIO.
Oh, is it
This is true.
video?
Nah, honestly, he was everybody. Just that part of the world, everyone's so like hospitable.
Yeah.
Like honestly, even like you go into the stores and stuff, like people strike up conversations, and like you just don't generally have that around here. So
Yeah.
it was really cool, and that's
Small-
probably a testament to that.
Super small town. Even though I don't know him personally, when he showed up, his last name, I know a lot of his family. So that's just goes to show you how small of a town it is.
Yeah.
So now we got one of the big reveals here, which I think came out incredible. Watching a lot of the early shots of it, you know, make it darker, but the detail that was added to this hunter over time and the way it moves, it just improved so much from like one of our early takes of it.
Yeah, the scene in particular, where you can see the clouds. If you can
Yeah.
go back a little bit.
Yep.
It was a little bit challenging. Not the second shot, I think. Let's see.
When he actually
The second
spreads
one.
them out.
The next one. The next
Yeah, it
one.
makes a sound
Yeah,
right
this
here.
one. It was. I had to thought about
Sick.
how to do it because it was quite different from the previous. Like the angle of the camera, it didn't fit the hunter like
Yeah.
the entirely. Like, and the only solution that I could came with it was to bring it even closer to the camera, so
And I
you
think-
just can see the claws. Sorry, my pronunciation, but yeah, and yeah. One more curiosity about this, the hunter appearance. You all can thanks Andy. You feel like the hunter's eye shot because
Oh,
it
yeah.
was a last minute decision.
Cheers, brother. Cheers, brother. I appreciate that. So the scene he's talking about is the.
Right here.
Now, generally, I
Andy.
stay out because
This
That was your scene with
Generally-
the lever. That was you, Andy. But yeah, this one.
Oh yes, yes,
yeah.
of course, yeah. The direction of the flipping of the switch was also a product of my creation.
You're very adamant about that.
Yeah. We have to get this in, but this scene in particular. Now, I've made it clear to Andrew. My intention on the Keeper's Diary is not to tell my own interpretation of what I believe the Keeper's Diary is. It's Andrew's vision. It's Andrew Sorlow's The Keeper's Diary. But this scene, I just felt like we had, like Lewis put this in the chat, and I was like, why are we not including this in the film? Like, Resident Evil is synonymous with the eye. Like, the
Yeah.
eye is in
Yeah.
every single fucking Resident Evil. We need to get this in there. So I sent him some like guff cut of it, and he was like, yeah, I actually really like that, and he inserted it into the film. So
One quick detail.
Get the hunters in the
so
chat.
when Mike Long sent us the model with the texture, he did not send the secondary eyelid, and we
Oh.
were referencing like an alligator blinking because they have an eyelid underneath their eyelid. So Lewis did that himself.
That's
nice.
attention to detail right there. That actually really sold that shot of the eye, was that flick over and then the eye opening up with the iris opening.
Yep.
The pupil. That's very cool. And then this monitor wouldn't work. We were originally going to use it, but it kept shutting off, so you had to CG that screen. And I love the sound effects there.
The
And
menu
there's
sound.
Milo. Somebody, I remember somebody said to Charlie, they're like, Charlie, how does it feel that more people showed up to the set to see the pig than they came to see you? Obviously, a lot of people didn't know Charlie was in town. If people knew Charlie was here, there probably would have been a ton of people. But it was funny because I think it was the farmer that actually made that comment. Charlie, more people
really?
came to see the pig than they came to see you.
Yeah, I mean, they always say when you do a production, don't shoot with children and don't shoot with animals. And yeah, we actually, I mean, we work with two types of animals on set, and I don't think it was that bad, was it, Andrew? To be honest, like it was.
No, so
Sometimes awkward, but
the key trick there was not feeding the animal all day, so it
Yeah.
went right for the food every time.
I like those little breathings that tick 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 in his
oh
throat
yes,
there.
that was awesome.
I remember seeing that, and Andrew's like, "That was Lewis that put those in. That's really good." And it's not like the creature is very much like the Resident Evil hunter. Like it's shaped, it's proportioned, everything about it, which makes it even cooler. It's not like a new interpretation of what a hunter looks like. That when I see that, that's a hunter. That's like an original Resident Evil 1 remake hunter.
Right.
Yeah.
I love the subtle details of Charlie in that scene where he's walking out, where he kind of looks back up at Steve, and he's like, "What the fuck did we just see?"
Right.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Is this legal?
Is it legal? This can't be legal. Crimes against humanity.
Yeah. And then here, the whole gear, all of that is just done so well.
Oh,
That was a creative choice on your part to add the the hunk force here. What do you?
Well, see, this is what I've seen a lot of people saying, like it should be a spacesuit. Which, yeah, sure, but if you read the diary, it literally says, Scott and Elias from security.
Yeah.
From security,
Umbrella
meaning they
security.
work security.
I like that a lot.
It makes sense for him to wear his USS gear to me, which is why I had them in their off-duty gear when they were playing poker. So, like, if you look, Scott has his battle, like his BDU top on still.
Oh, okay.
And Elias doesn't, but he has like the gray T-shirt he may have been wearing underneath.
These two.
So
here,
it's like they're off duty, they're just relaxing, There's 2 security guards playing with 2 researchers.
Yeah, I like that a lot. That's a really nice detail you had. And it's one of those things too, like the typewriter, like maybe it wasn't exact, but it's one of those things that you can put in that actually just fits really well. Like it doesn't have any effect on the overall lore. Like it's I thought it was super cool to see them dressed like that as security.
Sure. Yeah.
Like your reasoning.
Also, if you
for it.
consider the lines that mention security operators are preventing me from leaving the estate, and they're like guarding it, it's like they're the ones that you played poker with, and they are the ones that would fittingly be equipped with this kind of gear and guns and that kind of thing.
I'm not sure.
So really good voiceovers here.
Didn't get that from me.
Really good voiceovers.
There's something really interesting here as well, like a story that Andrew tells very subtly, which I'm not even sure I'm going to give him credit for it, because I think it's just this is just how it's come across. But obviously, Scott gives him this PPE because he cares about him. He wants him to stay alive. And one of the comments that we had later on, when he doesn't shoot the keeper, is because obviously he doesn't want to shoot the keeper because it's his friend. So that's the logical circle that we get to. Because I know there were people commenting, "Oh, if he was real security service, he'd just turn him into Swiss cheese." But no, it's his friend. This is why he gave him the suit in the first place. He wanted to help
That's
him.
a good point.
Yeah,
I
like that.
Well, that's a good point. I kind of thought,
honestly, Andrew, you thought of that all along, and I'm just reciting.
No, I didn't. In the storyboards, I intended for him to shoot, but we were working so fast, and there would have been a lot of VFX trickery involved with making that happen. It just wouldn't have worked. So we blocked the scene to the best of our ability. But in my mind, it kind of does make sense because Scott is his friend. So I'm glad it happened to work out that way. But initially, he was supposed to open fire on him, as he was running towards him. But given the time, given all this,
it perfectly as well. Like, you sped the edit up to make it look like he'd kind of rushed him and he's like caught him off guard. So
Those bastards in research.
Also, it's important to consider that some folks watching media in 2024 may have seen a lot of zombie films where someone has to deal with their friend who has turned and is no longer capable of reasoning with them, right? But this is an origin story of the first sort of well-documented instance of someone undergoing a T-virus infection. In that kind of story, it's probably essential to have some element of, I have people close to me who, even though they are equipped to take me out, there are emotional ties that are going to make this difficult. And having that tension and having that resolved in a very nasty, gritty way is something that, I think is better included if this is something of an origin story. So
Good character growth there, and it shows how they were all kind of connected. They were friends.
it's not just, look, sir, there's another one. No, this is the keeper.
Well, that one, the one that looks, sir, there's another one. They didn't play poker with that guy, so they didn't give a shit less about him.
Well, those are two completely different USS operators. That's not Scott.
That as well.
Yeah, it's just like another dude.
Yeah.
This thing's really, really fucking like this. We've got so many stories about this. Like,
I'll let you guys talk about them.
My fondest memories is watching Andrew scream German at this dog.
BRB.
Revere.
Sitzen.
Because they were like, these were dogs that, if I'm not mistaken, Andrew, they were being trained for operations, or what have you.
Yep. They train their dogs for law enforcement, I think. So. Or security of some sort for security companies, but they do actual like training with the dogs. So
we got to this shoot at 7 p.m. and we wrapped this shoot. I think it was about 7 a.m. because the only reason why I remember that is because we went to McDonald's at a gas station, and I was like, man, it's 7 a.m. Fuck. But this was definitely the longest. This was definitely the longest shoot, and the people that hosted us stayed up with us the entire time. It was actually unbelievable. They were so obviously, appreciate there was a fee involved and everything like that, but they were so generous with their time to get, and they really helped. And they've got no reason to do that for us. Like,
and they had chili and like cornbread.
Yeah. We turned up. They had chili made for us. Cornbread made up for us, and just really, again, American hospitality, man, was unbelievable.
Yeah.
This was an extremely challenging shoot because you're working with animals and you're trying to communicate to an animal how to act, and it's just not happening. So I think taking into consideration what we had to work with, we did a really good job with the amount of time we had and what we had to deal with and what we achieved out of these scenes. You'll notice a lot later as well that the scene kind of changes atmosphere a little bit because our hazer died, like the smoke machine died halfway through the shoot. So that's why some of the scenes don't look as, foggy.
I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, this was there's a real, one of my favorite shots is where Charlie's up against the fence and he's kind of like looking at it. It looks so cinematic. It looks like a shot straight out of it. Look, this shot right there.
Yeah, right here. I love that.
Like straight out of an official Resident Evil film.
Yeah. And that shot of the dog too. I think it's gonna go to it right after this. Right there. Like that looks like you would see that in an official, big budget movie of one of the dogs in Resident Evil. The fact that you guys had to travel all those hours away to shoot this just for those dogs, like goes to show like they can't just be any dogs. They have to be a very specific breed of dog.
Yeah, it was challenging to try and find a Doberman breeder. We were looking at Michigan, we were looking in Wisconsin, and these were really the only people that responded, and not only responded but very enthusiastic. I think being a fan of the games themselves, so it was cool. It was very fun being able to work with Dobermans too, by the way. I've never worked with, I've worked for the sheriff's office here sometimes, but I don't really get to work with the German Shepherds a lot.
Yeah.
It's more filming. I was kind of expecting them to like handle and wrangle the dogs, but it was just easier for me to get in there and wrangle these animals myself. So that was really cool.
And you said that they were Resident Evil fans as well?
Riley is, I think. Cool. I don't know if like a hardcore, but to a degree, yeah.
And again, they were so generous with their time. As I said, this was the longest single shoot of the whole campaign we did out there, and they were so generous with their time. As I said, we wrapped up at like 7 a.m. So
That was a
we've been
full
working through
24-hour
that.
day.
Wow.
Yeah, it was brutal.
Because we left JJ's place at 8, right? Or
Yeah.
something like that. And we drove all the way down to Lapeer. And we got there, like you said, at 7 p.m. And then we just filmed all the way till 7 a.m. So that was a full 24-hour day.
That's a rough schedule right there.
And I don't know if you
Paid off.
noticed, but there's a license plate that said Lapeer, like Lapeer, Michigan, on the fencing, and our digital artist Steve replaced
removed
it with ArcLay.
Oh wow.
Oh, no way.
That's
Where
a
is that?
tiny little
I must
detail I
miss that.
didn't even notice.
Yeah.
Where's that at in here?
Keep going.
Wow.
It might be the close-up of the dog. I don't know.
You have a really good eye for these little.
Right
See it,
there.
right there.
What?
Holy crap! I never even. Wow.
Holy
Yeah.
shit! I didn't.
I didn't miss it
Wild,
either.
So that
Yeah.
said, or no, it didn't say Lapeer. It said Genesee, like Genesee County.
Yeah. And you replaced
Michigan,
it with
but-
ArcLay.
Yeah, we
That's
replaced it with
brilliant,
ArcLay.
Andrew. Small
is-
shit like that, but I didn't know that. Like, and I've watched this film like 200 times now.
There you go.
Yeah.
The more you know. I never realized it either, but that is attention to detail, and I think that's what shows in this film, and I think that's what a lot of people appreciate. Wow.
Fucking shout out to Luke, man. Like,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
he really fucking cut. I mean, he was absolutely destroyed every day, tired, and he really brought his A game.
Yeah, he did.
Now I can see that it's not hot in there, but he's sweating. It was actually freezing cold, and Charlie was in a t-shirt and pajama pants for like, I would say a good 70% of this film. And so did you guys do anything here with like him sweating and
Sprayed him.
Fever.
Like,
I remember we
sprayed
had to keep getting like Row Corey to go and get butane heaters just to keep these dudes
so
warm.
cold in there.
Right.
But
spraying down Charlie. Bad kitty.
you guys basically pulled the Rebecca Chambers and just hit him with the aid spray right when you walk in the room every time. Right in the eyes.
Yeah.
Bad Charlie. Bad Charlie.
Lay back in the bed.
What's interesting about Luke too is
my back is all swollen.
we were working like side by side in tandem, in perfect synchronization with each other throughout this whole film. Like
Yeah.
we were glued to each other's sides, constantly like looking at each other, like, "Hey,
You and
good?
Charlie?
You were good? Okay, good. Yeah." Like we just knew what to do. We were looking at the previs, making sure everything was all right. It was great, quite incredible to be able to work with him like that.
I just kept. I think it was. I'll take full credit. I told them, "All right, Charlie. I think Andrew's like a Kubrick, and he's trying to break you. Do not let him break you." And he said, "I'm never gonna let him break me." So you're welcome.
Yeah. That was it. I'm never
That was
gonna let him
hard.
break me. Give me 10 ibuprofen.
Take a couple of those little pillies next to your table there. They'll help with this.
Yeah. To be fair though, I did reference The Shining, or this was inspired a lot by The Shining,
Yes.
not just Resident Evil, because
Which is-
Resident Evil was also inspired by The Shining.
Yeah. A descent into madness. That's exactly what the Keeper story is, and that's exactly
Yes.
what The Shining is.
Yes.
All right, Kubrick. Now you guys got a funny story here, but I don't know if
This
you
is
want
dope.
to tell it live on a stream.
It looks like scarring.
Wait, what was
What?
this?
was the
Positioning
story?
of where you were standing with Charlie's.
Oh yeah, so basically, no. So I'll articulate this as best as I can.
I know
But
Corey said this was his
fucking Bob-
favorite thing about the
Bob
entire
who-
shoot.
Bob is maybe one of the most immature dudes I've ever met.
Oh, 100%.
He-
Bob
basically,
Spaghetti,
where the
yeah.
camera was positioned and Charlie was coughing, it looked like he was giving fellatio to an invisible man.
Oh yeah. I noticed that too. I don't think it would have sat right with a lot of people.
Keep scratching.
So you guys changed it up a little bit. So it wasn't
once
just,
Bob saw it, he was like, "Dude, I can't contain myself now."
I don't remember why, but we only got one take of him actually coughing, and then the rest was him fake coughing. So
Because the idea was we were gonna. He was coughing so much in that first take. We was like, Charlie, you're like you fucking scene up here. So that's why we kind of emulated him doing it, but because we did it, we've got
we
this
should
where he-
have. We should have stuck with him doing the real coughing. But yeah, I think with him with doing the fake coughing, that's why that happened.
why it looked like he was giving
Yeah,
If we
fellatio.
go back a little bit as well,
Yeah.
just to where it says the aquacure and the saf
Yeah,
spray.
yeah, yeah. The detail
So
here.
really interesting lore thing here, which we had to navigate. Which, if you pause it, so Aquacure in Resident Evil lore is actually for women. So I made Sean just put for men on it. That's just how we got around it.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
Or no, Sean. So Sean made. I didn't touch the Sasprin label. He sent me the Sasprin label. I think I may have added the ingredients or whatever. He sent me the Aquacure label, and I kind of wanted to emulate the look of like a NyQuil bottle. So I kind of chose a similar font. So I doctored his Aquacure label just a hair.
Yeah.
But yeah, I remember chatting about the for men thing.
For men.
Yeah,
So-
because it was like, because literally, if you Google Aquacure, it's like a regenerative tonic for women.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh fuck, like I really want to have Aquacure in it,
Yeah.
but like we need to make it like, obviously the keeper's not going to be drinking like female medication.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh yeah, let's just put 4 men on it. That'll get around it.
I mean, it's a quick fix, and it looks like it works. So I tried to. It's a literal NyQuil bottle, and I just switched out the label, and I tried to make the color of the liquid match the game. So
Nice attention to little details there. I never really realized for men until you said that, but it's right there.
All I want to do
Yeah.
is sleep.
This was just a cool morning to meet like that actor, to have everything with booking this hospital location go according to plan. For those who don't know, we initially considered using a dentist office with like a kind of lounge chair, and then we were like considering this option. Both of them were like super close actually. And it was just like it was just a couple of correspondences back and forth of like, can we have a bunch of actors go in, but still a small crew, and film this for like a few hours on this day?
Yeah, I would
And-
like to develop on that after you've made your point.
Yeah, no, it was just, that's most of it. It was just they were very willing to lend us that space. There were a couple of concerns of there just being like with time and minding space when crossing through the hall, because we had so much equipment, and there were a couple of groups that had assembled in the hallway that were doing like kind of group therapy type sessions and other practices that we had, that they were observing, and we had to sort of adhere to not be as destructive. But they were still very willing on that, and we changed the exact time that we were going to go in a couple times, and it was still cool. It was nice that we got it.
Yeah,
So
I think
we,
it worked out well. It was a
Yeah.
local retirement home.
Yeah, that's right. So initially, like, well, when me and Andrew were talking about kind of budgeting for the production of sets and what we were going to basically do in-house and what we were going to export out, this was a real point of contention. Like, were we going to build another square room in the warehouse, or is there something local? Because we was already concerned that we've got a very, very short space time to build the sets, which we did end up going over into the production time, into the actual shooting time, excuse me. I think if we would have had to have created a doctor's room, that probably would have like really set us almost too far behind. So we initially conceptualized it was a dentistry, and again, these were just like a stone's throw. So you could literally throw a cricket ball and hit them where the warehouse was. It was actually pretty unbelievable. So we had a dentistry, and then we found this kind of residential assisted living home, and they had an entire wing. Huge shout out to Beggy for organising all of this, but they had an entire wing of that assisted living facility which just wasn't being used.
Yeah.
So this whole route, and fortunately, it's quite, as you can see, it's quite dated as well, like because they just haven't been there in so long. So it actually ended up looking as close as possible to what an infirmary would be. Now, there's inevitable questions with law, I do appreciate, because the idea is that they weren't allowed out of the Spencer Mansion, so how are they in a doctor's office? Again, like,
I mean,
just
just
pretend
a short
it's there.
film here with
this
limited
could have
resources.
this could have easily been another building on the Spencer estate. So
Yeah.
It does kind of look like that
as long
room
as
where
they're
you
not
put in
leaving the grounds. What?
It looks kind of like that room where you put in the Modisc, where you go through the vent. You know where you go through
Oh
the vent?
yes, yeah, I know
It
what you're
does
talking
kind
about.
of look
Yeah.
like that room,
Yeah.
and that was kind of like an infirmary.
A little, yeah.
But, you know, we're working
kinda
with what
sad.
we had. It's still a limited budget film. We had to. This isn't even in the Spencer Mansion anyway. Like any mention of an infirmary. So
Right,
we worked with
there's
them
no
as best we
reference.
could. And again, huge shout out to Beggy for really nailing down this location. They were awesome. They were obviously we had to be tactful. It was an assisted living facility. A lot of the elderly about, so you know the entire crew were really respectful of everybody's spaces, and it's a fairly isolated shoot anyway, to be honest, because it was one room.
Yeah, I wasn't there.
Yeah.
That turned out good. And that
I've
guy's
always
a good
envisioned
actor.
it.
Here, take this twice.
Yeah, he was a good actor.
That
I've
is
always envisioned it to be the medical storage room, like I was saying, but as Andy was saying, time, money, all this stuff.
That's
you know,
okay.
comes
We'll do a
into play.
director's cut. You can come back and build another set here in the warehouse that you're going to leave here. We can use for a set.
Yeah.
And we'll just
Good luck.
interject that in, and we'll just CG Charlie Kaufman
Hey,
doing the
you know
fallacious.
what? You know what's a better idea?
What?
Because you already live there, is if you do that.
This is actually a really valid point. This is a really
2028.
valid point. So, like, you know, before when me and Andrew sat down and we was like, right, we need to come up with a budget, and there's more to it than just we're just going to sit down and do a fan film. There's so many factors, especially because we're not spending our own money, that we need to consider when building a budget. So the main one is we need to make sure the budget we set we can actually raise.
Yeah.
Like, could we raise $40,000? We don't know. We didn't know, but we know we have a reasonable sized community amongst all of us to make something like that possible, and potentially we could raise that figure. Maybe if there was initial chats of maybe having it at $100,000, and I think that's a big ask of people to give you $100,000 when, to be honest, if we're being completely frank with ourselves, we're all untested. Even though we're all talented content creators in our own spaces, like, we are completely untested as a crew together. So it's a big ask. But to be honest, you know, I'd have liked to have gone back and changed it to 100,000 just to have a little bit more of a buffer. But so it was obviously 40,000. So obviously we needed to raise that figure, and when it came to locations, that was so limiting what we could really get away with once everything was, you know, we'd paid actors, we'd paid the artists, and flew everybody out there, lodging, etc. Like, we really had to make do with what we had in our immediate capabilities. So
and to give credit where credit's due, Brandon Salisbury was able to give me a lot of good advice on budgeting in regard to, you know, doing the bare minimum of what you need and what you need to have, and just trying to create a film from that. So it's like, what do you absolutely need to budget for, and have that be your budget. So big shout out to Brandon for giving me some advice on that.
We all did say when we started this is step one to something much larger we want to do down the road. Like, we all want to do this, but we really have to, like, show people what we can do, you know? And it was always about that. What do we ask for? And I think, like, over time we learned a lot. We've realized some things that we could do better, some things that we did just fine. And it was just like a test. It was a test it was a showcase for the community to see, like, when we say that we want to make something faithful, we want to do the series justice, we want to make this adaptation, we mean it, you know. And I think this was a good indicator of what we can do, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
I do feel like that's been the reception as well. Like, I know a lot of people were on the fence about what the Keeper's Diary was actually going to look like, and it did take a considerably longer amount of time to come out, for good reason. But I think when it did come out, people were like, holy shit, like, you guys really weren't fucking around. Like, you know, we saw the photos, we saw the talk, you spoke a big game in your crowdfunding campaign and on social media, and like, now it's out, like, holy shit, you guys just did it.
Yeah.
I can't believe you done it.
That's why,
Go ahead, Beg.
that's why I feel like that conversation that you're starting of, we're all untested in the regard of, can you put out something of this professional grade that requires so much coordination, so many logistics, so much technical planning, to have all of these pieces coordinated for a 1 week shoot, and then coordinate them such that we can have post-production, clean up and finalize everything in the months that follow? Like, can you deliver on every one of those little pieces and have all of the little details accounted for? And that's just a field where in the space of web creators, content creation, is a huge challenge, and it could seem very scary. It's just so far above and beyond like what a lot of folks might I guess, dare I say, usually take on, you know? Yeah. And to have people that are like Luke and people that are like Brandon and Andy and Andrew to be able to have that level of foresight and planning, backup plans, budgeting, scheduling, you know, like all of this. There's just so much that can go wrong. There's so many more risks involved. There's so much more of a reputations at stake, and reputations essentially in the making because we're untested. So there's so much, and you have to be willing once it's out to accept criticisms, accept possible instances of overlooking what could have been done in a scene, all of that, that comes with the trade. You're going to have to put your foot down on certain creative choices that have one finite outcome. That's why, like, when I was thinking about what we could talk about for this discussion, one of them was that it's kind of how when we have epistolary narratives in any game, which is just diary entries, fragmented notes, right? There are an infinite number of scenarios in one's mind that they can be conjured up and they can be materialized. And we all have different pictures in our head. But as a director, producer, everyone that's creatively involved with this, we have to definitively decide on one outcome, one finite outcome for all of these choices. Where is the kennel? What does it look like? What is the infirmary? What does that look like? What does a hunter look like? How is it being displayed? So all of those things, they take a lot of courage. And I think it's just a blessing to have folks in our circle that are that daring and brazen and willing to put out something that has risk associated with it, that has so many variables associated with it that could go awry. So it's just something I wanted to say.
They're brilliant points, and specifically relating that to the budget. Let's go back to that initial budget, that $40,000 budget. So before I was associated with the project, there were talk about, let's just set a budget of $100,000 and let's see how much we raise, and then from that we can then decide what the Keeper's Diary will look like. To me, like, being in the line of work that I am, I work on lump sum, I work on all risk, and I know that we couldn't deliver the Keeper's Diary that we've done here for $20,000, for $30,000. Like, we needed that start point of, $40,000. We think that is a fair and reasonable sum we need to deliver our vision of the Keeper's Diary. And there was big conversations behind the scenes about stretch goals and everything like that. And it was like, yes, it would be nice to put in stretch goals, but we need to make sure we deliver this. There is so much at stake, and I would rather use the additional funds to prop up the production value rather than set these goals in place, which could hinder our intended vision for the Keeper's Diary, because there was already so much at stake at that point. So it's important that when you're spending somebody else's money, it needs to be fucking lump sum all risk, and when you've got that money, you need to deliver at all costs.
We all were very well aware of we need to deliver. Like this, we did it. Holy crap. We were all unsure, is it going to be possible? Can we raise this amount? And once we did, we were all very much like, okay, now it's time to show what we can do. And I think everybody kind of came together to just, took it everybody took it very seriously. And I think that definitely showcased in the final product.
Yep.
Moved on to this scene here. Charlie waking up, going out. That music, dude, I love that music, and just the look where he turns. Just looks.
I wish we would have had something to put under his mask to light his eyes up, but we didn't have anything.
Yeah, it's still good though. It's not in your face. Like it's something that you subtly notice, right?
Yeah. You can see that the red's there, but
yeah.
Again, huge shout out to Cosblade and Sonny Bauer who provided their voices for this scene.
Really good.
Yeah.
We go back here and let's listen to it a
Their
little louder
voices
so you guys can
sounded
hear it.
perfect, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like Sonny actually sounds like he's just like walked off like the set with Birkin, you know,
Yeah.
you're gonna hit the samples.
It's not safe out here.
Yeah, you know, right?
Go back to your room.
It
Look,
sounded
sir,
fantastic.
there's another one.
But again, that come together very, very quickly. I reached
There was
out
like-
to Cosplay. Well, I think you reached out to Cosplay because we heard he'd done a couple of Instagram stories about him voicing Hunk. So
Yeah.
I remember mentioning to Andrew, I was like, should we ask Cosblade? He asked Cosblade, and obviously that went ahead. And I was speaking to Sonny about loads of other shit, and I just said, hey man, like I need an additional voice. Throw 3 variants of this line at me, and I'll pitch it to Andrew, and we'll go from there. And obviously Andrew liked it.
Yeah. No, it was great. I emailed Keith Silverstein's agent, but he never emailed me back.
Yeah.
Multiple
I
times.
felt like this worked out perfect though. And this is like just in this entire film, like this is the action side of Resident Evil where that music kind of ramps up and you're like, oh, it's the tactical team coming in to clear house. Like it fits really well here.
I saw a few comments of people saying that they should have showed the outside or the main hall with people trying to escape, and I'm like, yeah.
Less
Yeah.
is
I don't
more.
have that
though. I mean,
time.
it's so obvious in that scene. Like he speaks afterwards about, oh, you know, people tried to leave and they were shot. Like it's clearly obvious from that scene that you can take away that Umbrella are not letting anybody out of this mansion now.
Yeah.
Because they're literally shooting indiscriminately down this hallway. So
He can't even go out
I
of
think
his
that
room.
explains that perfectly.
Yeah, like he's literally locked in this room. Like right here, you feel confined where he's got up against the door. Like holy crap, I can't even go down the hall. Like there's something serious going on here.
One thing I kind of shocked nobody has commented on is the keeper sleeps with the light on, apparently.
Oh
Yes.
yeah, that's for the set, all right. Maybe he gets scared of the dark. I don't know. Some
Get in
people
the
do.
dark.
I love that though.
Surprised
the
nobody said
breathing.
it.
It's your Hunk Vader.
This is so
That's
beautiful.
literally what I was referencing, JJ. I told
Yeah.
Darian about that
Hunk
too.
Vader.
I told him, I'm like, we're gonna get a shot of you, literal Darth Vader, Empire
Yes.
Strikes Back, looking over at everybody after Han Solo gets frozen in carbon light,
Oh, sick.
smoke coming up in front of him. I was like, Darian, we're gonna get that shot of you, and he was like, hell yeah, because he's a big Star Wars guy too.
Okay, it was a perfect closure to that scene. Just looking back
That
to make sure he listened.
Yes, that shot. Even though the shot is like, yeah, he's looking back in suspicion, is
Yeah.
direct reference from Empire Strikes Back after Han Solo gets frozen in carbonite.
Love it.
In RE terms, though, what's really special about this, we never mentioned who that was. We never mentioned why they're there. But him looking back at the camera said everything that you need to know. You know who that is. You don't need us to tell you who that is. You know that person.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know what? He's got the shotgun. He's got the red eyes. Make your own interpretation of who you believe that is.
And he sold it too. When he tells you to sit down and shut up, you sit down and shut up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He just double checks to make sure you listen to him.
Yeah.
That was cool. I love that scene. All right, now
This
with
whole
the
sequence
fear of
is so
cat,
beautiful.
he's typing to his dearest Nancy.
My dearest Jennifer.
What? Oh, I love the Harry Potter shades too. Here, you had him sitting on the table, and I wasn't in there for that scene, but I was like, did you ever end up using them? And then I seen the original cut, and I was like, okay, cool, they're in here. The glasses on the table he actually used.
Looks good with them.
A nice anecdote about this. Obviously, this is such a beautiful shot. I love the reflection of the typewriter in his glasses, just amazing. But to make this shot practically possible, we had to move the desk out of the corner, and because that desk, I'm not even joking, a sneeze would have knocked that desk over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was me, Andrew, because the typewriter was so hard to type on. Charlie was typing on it and it was shaking like all of the items that were on the table. I remember me, Andrew, I think Ant all had to brace this table on the floor. All had to hold it in place while he was typing away on the typewriter. So
Yeah.
all about production value here.
That was an antique.
You keep that typewriter stored in your office, though, right?
Of course.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I mean, anything out in the warehouse, no matter how clean we made it, no matter what, it's going to get dirty. Nobody's even working out there, but it just everything gets dirty. Yeah,
Well,
nothing.
the moisture's gonna mess that thing up more than anything.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean the set will in about 2 years the set will look super cool because literally you don't do anything to it and it's gonna get dirty.
Yeah.
May 16th.
Nobody's
It's
gonna
because
want
it rains inside in that building.
It's everywhere.
You have that nice water flow.
My entire body feels hot, itchy, and I'm sweating all the time now.
And by the way, you
I
guys
stress
reminded me
swelling on
because
my
I sent
arm.
Steven Alante the link via email, so I just texted him.
Oh, cool.
Like, hey, did you get it? And he's like, yeah, fantastic.
Nice.
So,
He's
really-
in the doctor in the infirmary.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yep. No, he likes it.
What the hell's happening to me?
I like how you can see in his face he's getting thinner and sweatier. And
Yep.
Itchy.
This is, oh man,
these
great.
intestines
fucking-
were really well done by
Juicy.
Paige. Yeah.
Tasty.
That looks
Paige did a good job with the intestines.
I remember my daughter was super fascinated with all the practical effects, and she was following Paige throughout. Like when my daughter was there, she was following her. And I remember
Yeah, she was all
talking
over
about-
it.
Yeah, she was talking about how she's gonna make these intestines and use Hershey bars. Was it or what was
Tootsie Rolls.
Tootsie Rolls? That's what it was. Yeah. And so it must have actually been pretty tasty because it absolutely does not look tasty. So she did a good job with that.
Yeah.
My daughter was
shout
very
out
excited
to,
to see how that would turn out.
Huge shout out to Riley and the Doberman team. That is actual, like, that's not like a
Oh,
prop Doberman we put on the floor. That is an actual Doberman that is just sitting there frozen.
What the hell's
Yeah.
happening to me?
Hold there, do not fucking move. It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
That dog doesn't move. That's a good boy right there.
What do you guys think? Because, like, we had no more fake blood left, and I wanted to put fake blood on the ground.
I don't think if you ever would have said it, anybody would have ever even thought about it.
No?
No, because it really is going to the keeper, right? You have the dog laying there motionless, which is impressive enough in and of itself, but you're going up to see what is he doing here. You don't even notice because we did run out of fake blood. Yeah, I think the last of the fake blood we had was the window of me sponging. That was
Yeah,
it.
because you weren't listening to what I was telling you.
I was like, I don't get what you're saying, but I'm just gonna do this, and then finally, like, all right, we're just gonna go with that.
Wasted
Use
a
all
whole
the fake
pint
blood.
of blood.
We had the juiciest, thickest blood for the last take, but we didn't end up going with that. But that's where I got blood all over my outfit, all over my squeegee. It was all over my hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, we used quite a bit.
Today, hungry.
That outfit too. The outfit, I like the
Doggy
clothes holding
Yeah.
clothes.
I wish we would have had that shirt on in this scene, but
Yeah.
we just... It
I'd
is
like,
what it
I'd
is.
like to ask Andrew, because he'll better articulate this. Why not dog food, and why did you choose an actual dog?
Yeah, Andrew.
I just felt that him being in the state that he's in would probably be eating a dog.
And he's the reason for those devil dogs in the game. Son of a
Probably,
bitch.
Could be, yeah.
maybe, could be. I
Could be.
think that virus was airborne because I think that the scientists in the basement lab were working on the tyrant or a tyrant, and they punctured one of the organs, and that's how the virus leaked.
Is that
I
for
could be
real or
wrong.
your headcanon?
I could be wrong, but I think I remember reading that. Yeah, I believe it's airborne. So,
A lot of people were
It
saying
could've-
was it water airborne.
yeah.
I mean, if you would
I
have
was
said that,
I was looking this up the other day while we were talking on some stream, but
Yeah.
they were doing research or surgery on one of the tyrants, and that's how it. Becky,
That's one, because if you look at RE0, then everything points back to Marcus. He says, I was the one who spread the virus to the mansion. And is like, yeah, this is the guy. But like, if you want to go by that version of the canon as opposed to what was established previously, I know people have different feelings about Zero and Umbrella Chronicles and that kind of thing.
yeah,
But and technically everything is his fault.
yep. Thanks, Marcus. Our guy that punctured an organ or whatever.
Itchy.
yeah, during the events of Resident Evil 0, the training facility got infected by the leeches, and the water disposal got infected too. So, people living in the mansion drinking water got infected.
He kind of takes credit for it too. Like he's almost proud about it because he's after revenge on Umbrella. He's like, it was I that spread it to the mansion as well.
Yeah.
Needless to say. So
Gotcha.
he likes the fact that he did it. But yeah.
Okay.
But with this film, it doesn't really give you much of an. It could be either or, right? There's
Yeah.
nothing
Right,
in this
yeah.
film that says it was airborne or it was through water. It's just
Yeah.
you can interpret it with whatever lore you would like.
Yeah.
Here, it's kind of interesting because this is a case where when it's the first time a player has access to a turn of events that describes the spread of the outbreak, it's more mysterious. It's
Yeah.
not as verbatim and simple of where did it come from, how do we spread it. It's kind of like, will this suit help me? It's like, will not drinking this water help me to not get the infection? It's like no one truly knows yet because the only ones sort of who understand its effects are the ones who created it and spread
Yeah.
it. So
Now, we were discussing this earlier, but he hesitates here because that's his friend. They play poker together. Like,
You're gonna need to come with me, okay?
he says, "Buddy, you don't look so good."
yeah, I love that shot right there. That shot of the helmet, very much Resident Evil 3. The intro, pulling away
Yeah.
from
Yeah,
it. Yeah,
yeah.
I love that. But it's
cool.
like
Ugly
Yeah.
face.
And I love the yell before he runs at him, like that in the trailer was like one of my favorite, like just sounds, like moments.
Believe it or not, that was audio straight from Luke's camera.
oh really?
Oh,
That's
so that was
actually
Charlie just
They're
yelling.
screaming.
That's Charlie yelling,
That's
not
sick.
with a professional audio kit. It's
Let me turn it up
literal
so
camera audio
the viewers
that I
can hear it.
amplified and I put an effect on to sound like a zombie.
Oh, that's cool. Let's listen to it.
You're gonna need to come with me, okay?
That was really good.
Yeah.
That's his next. No, don't go. Now it's on his
I
face.
actually really remember that take vividly because Charlie, not saying Charlie wasn't given a convincing performance, but we wasn't getting what we wanted out of that scene. And I remember saying to Charlie, like, Charlie, we just need you to run at him and scream. Like, scream like you're a madman. And I just remembered him turning around and going, yeah! like, charging it up and running at him. It was beautiful.
Yeah.
Love how it's not just him eating them, though. It's just the helmet sitting there with it happening in the background. And now this shot here of his eyes, this was done. This one was done quite a long time ago, but this is always my favorite shot. And with the sound effects that you added to it, really sells the fact that he's gone. He's no longer the person that we knew throughout the film. Like, he's literally just mindless. The eyes, the effects you guys put on the eyes too, to make them. Yeah, that. I think.
Yeah.
That,
So Paige didn't have any zombie contact lenses,
Yeah.
so our my friend Steve did that in post.
Yeah, I love that. It's just very up close, kind of unnerving.
Yeah.
Just really doesn't give you an idea of what's going on around him. It's just he's in his head. He's gone, basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
And here you got the surprise. Get your dome split. But that's where we actually use the compressed air to. That compressed air.
That.
With the.
Yeah, it was compressed air, and we put fake blood in a little funnel
Yeah.
at
We
the
did
end of
that
it for
twice.
that and the pig scene.
And it worked really well. We tested it actually at my cottage a bit
Yeah.
before
Yeah.
that.
You're
We were
excited
spraying-
when that happened.
we're spraying
One
blood
more
everywhere.
curiosity about this shot specifically. We almost had CGI on this shot too, to
Oh,
make
really?
the Scott's face half eaten. But it would be a little bit beyond my skill set, but we would have to release the movie in 2025 or something. So,
that would have been very hard to do.
Like, he moves a lot.
I know Andy wanted to make more of a struggle here, and I was all for it. There just was not enough time. Making stuff up on the fly is not really how I work.
Yeah.
But I would have loved to have a little bit more of a struggle. So if we had more time and we had time to choreograph it,
Well,
that would have been great. But
we edited this scene a few ways. Originally, it would have been nice to have the struggle, But what we did have is her hesitate to grab her gun because she was shocked at what was coming. And that's what we all said, that would make sense. But then when you cut it down, like, no, she'd see it, grab her gun, and just the way that it was shortened actually helped a lot more with the scene. It's either you go struggle or you go grab gun, shoot, and
and ultimately, as we always said, this is Andrew Sorlow's The Keeper's Diary, and it was imperative that he had his vision implemented. Like, it depends on how you look at Jill as a character. Like, is she a military, a lady with military experience and just knows what to do in that situation? Right. Obviously, if I was doing it, I would have probably leaned towards what she did at the start of Resident Evil 1, where she literally sees a zombie and runs away and hides behind Barry while he takes it out. She would be in that mindset. But Andrew took the route of, listen, she's a lady with military experience. She's going to know what to do in this situation.
Yeah.
And both versions would work.
And that's why Gracie was trained to pull shoot.
Yeah, I took her to the range, and I mean, I'm no expert, but I trained her to get on target pretty fast, straight from the draw. We used a steel target and we used a paper target. So we used the steel target for accuracy because it was fairly small in size, and paper target we used for reloading techniques. So I had her do like 2 to the chest, drop the mag, reload, 1 to the head.
Yeah.
So.
And that's what we went with. And honestly, it really boils down to preference. The way this is edited, I think it works perfectly fine. But yeah, it was just that last.
And don't get me wrong, I'm all for, I think that would have been a great idea that Andy had. I would have been all for it, but it was just too late in the timeline, and you know what I mean. So
yeah.
But if you want to check the training out, go to Andy's channel. He has it uploaded there.
Yeah, it's a sick video.
Gracie on the gun range training for the shoot.
And she literally pulls and shoots just like you've seen in this.
That was her first time too at the range, by the way. Impressive. Like, I didn't even do that good the first time I did that kind of stuff. I would do the range timer, boop, she would unholster, get on target, boom, ding, hit the steel target like within seconds. It was amazing.
Yeah. And then we got the final closing. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Granted, that Beretta is super easy to shoot, but still.
Super slick, super nice to shoot.
Oh, yeah.
And then you got Charlie the Keeper rotting away there as the camera pulls out to her going. I love this shot because, like, okay, this room now has kind of become calm. She's understood all the lore in this room. She's taken down the threat. Now this room is not the same room she walked into. This room is now calm, and she's walking back out into the storm. Do you see with, like, the lightning there, the way, like, she's going back into it. Like, this is done now. This is concluded. Now we go back out into this hellish house.
Do you want to talk about this shot at all, Lewis?
What, the shot?
Yeah.
I don't remember if the let me see again. Yes, I think it's one of my favorite shots, but I'm a bit suspicious to talk about it because I worked on it. So. Yeah, the Keeper's face right there and the arm. But my favorite thing about this shot is actually the angle of the camera.
Yeah.
I think, like, showing like the foot of the squad here in the corner and everything.
Oh, yeah.
I think, like, the composition, it's so cool.
I think we had 2 takes on that.
I can't believe you said you struggle with English and then you pop out words like composition like nothing.
Better English than me.
It's, I don't know. Throw some words.
Oil and up.
Yeah, it's framed really well though. We did take 2 takes on that. I remember one was a very normal shot of that, and then the other one was kind of obscured down here like that. And we all said that we do like her kind of exiting this way.
I have a question. So Lewis obviously took the 3D model we gave him that Mike Long made or altered, and Lewis altered even more for Charlie's face, and we composited that over Charlie's actual face since the model was his actual face. Was the arm, did you make the arm, or was that an asset that you found and you doctored it up yourself?
No, it's also a modified version of Mike Long, if I'm not
Okay.
wrong.
So Mike did
But
I couldn't
it's
remember.
not. I worked on it too.
Okay.
Yes.
And then I don't know if you noticed, but Steve, he reduced the belly size of Charlie to make it look like not that Charlie's fat, but to make it look like his stomach is sunken in from being there for so long.
That's impressive. I would have never
Sorry.
known
Yeah,
that
it
if
looks
you didn't
good.
say that.
Yeah, yeah,
A lot of little details in here, guys.
yeah. And I know you guys wanted that shot with the door where the lightning struck at the same time,
Yeah,
but
that was crazy. But we didn't get it.
It didn't work for this.
Yeah, that's fine. It was a really good shot, but yeah, it might not have fit. Now we go to the credits. Now let's talk about the third energy crisis. There's your Farrah Fawcett. You got her in here.
Dun, dun,
Farrah
dun.
Fawcett.
Yeah, she didn't make it in the film, but that wall we never shot.
I would love to. I really wanted more people to film their own reactions of seeing this for the first time, because I would have loved to have seen somebody see this for the first time, where you hear that kind of bum 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 bum, and you know what it is. You know
there was.
I've
There was
seen more
one
of them
dude.
pop up lately, actually.
Yeah. There was one dude I saw that was just like ecstatic. Like he was watching it real time and he was just like, "Oh my god."
Yeah, it's fun to see that, the reaction to it. Actually, I can go through this video and I can see when most people watch it, right? And look at that right there, that little bump.
That's crazy.
A lot
Yeah.
of views right there. There.
That is crazy.
Wesker. The ending there, yeah. So a lot of people came back for this third energy crisis here.
But yeah, this was a very bare bones shoot by all accounts. It was, as I said, 2 a.m. on a random shoot day. We flew in. Well, Hannah drove up to site, and no one really knew why she was there initially. And then it became patently obvious. Oh well, we're shooting something else at the same time.
I think we were so tired. A lot of people forgot what was going to be happening, and a lot of people didn't
Yeah, it
know.
was literally
But
just
some people forgot.
It was just me, Andrew, and JJ's dad's boat.
Yeah, the boat.
Yeah, I remember I wanted to stay that night that you were shooting this, but I was driving Brandon and I think one other person to. No, it was just I was driving Brandon back to the Airbnb and we talked for like 2.5 hours. Like after we parked, we just kept talking about like Romero films and like storytelling and myth and stuff. It was so cool. It was like the first conversation that I've really like had with Brandon, because previously we had just been so busy working on the sets all day, but.
Yeah.
It was cool. Yeah. And then I saw this actress and we were talking about like some of the other stuff that she had filmed. She had been in a couple of little short film projects with her friends before. So.
Yeah. No, I think she did really great too. So.
I do like the outfit you gave her too. Like,
Yeah, I was just
very
trying to
fitting.
make it like, what would a tactical approach of Regina's uniform look like? You know.
Yeah.
So I thought of like the tactical chest harness with the shotgun shell thingies in the front. But yeah, we probably got all of 2 hours of sleep that night.
Yeah.
Yeah, we actually didn't even make it back to the Airbnb. We ended up driving to the Motel 6, and I think I paid for the hotel, like the motel, like there and then. I was just like, there's not even enough time for us to go back.
You guys
Yeah,
did get
we
an
probably-
Airbnb that was like 40 minutes away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oof.
Well, and again, like this is ultimately like lessons learned on my behalf. So I've been very, very open in saying that, yeah, I would definitely not have that arrangement again. Not necessarily the distance, but
Yeah.
Yeah. It was really charming though. Like I liked it.
a cost-cutting exercise was just having everybody in the same area. But
Yeah.
with that becomes, you know, almost like a jeopardization of personal space, which, you know, me, Andrew, and Charlie were completely comfortable with that. But, you know, I appreciate that not everybody's like me, Andrew, and Charlie. So and I think, again, if we had the opportunity to do it again, I would just say, listen, we'll pay for your hotels, give you a little bit of subsistence, and just kind of call it a day. And then it's up to you to decide what you think is fair and reasonable. But yeah, again, we were doing this for the first time. I made the decision. I thought it was the best decision at the time, and I probably wouldn't do it again.
Right.
Yeah.
We are.
Yeah. we probably went to bed at like 6, and we had to be back at the studio by 8.
Yeah, it was just absurd.
Yeah.
Like, didn't have any of our stuff. Like, didn't have any of our supplies. Like,
No.
couldn't shower, couldn't fucking brush our teeth or anything.
Why?
Because we didn't go back to the Airbnb to get
Right.
it.
All the stuff was
I
there.
gotcha.
Yeah.
But the Airbnb
Well,
did have that.
I just ended up like Andrew just put his finger in my mouth and brushed my teeth for me, and that's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, there you go.
Are you sure it was my finger?
Well, no, the lights were off, and it had the same sort of consistency.
Wow. The plot thickens.
Chat, do us a favor. Go back and rewatch this 5, 10, 20 times. Share with all of your friends. We really want to, make sure that, you guys enjoy it, the community enjoys it, and that we in the future we can continue projects like this. Your support, your very positive comments, they help a ton. And it blows my mind every time watching this part of the credits. All the backers, like these names just keep going. I've watched this with a lot of family members, and they're like, "Is this all your backers?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And they're like, "Holy crap!" Like it's just mind blowing the amount of names in this. And it's like,
And the generosity that comes from so many names appear multiple times. They're willing to give and then see how the project is doing, how the campaign is going, and then give again and then give again. It's like, wow, you just keep appearing.
That's a valid point. Like this, I mean, you could argue it was an element of laziness on Andrew's behalf, but
I was not about to go through this full list.
But this is a direct rip from my spreadsheet of every single contribution that we had. So the reason why you're seeing multiple people's names, as Beggy said, they are, there's people that have done it 3 or 4 times to the campaign. Unbelievable.
That's honestly the most important part. Like without these people, this would not exist. Like yes, we did the work, we made the thing, but we wouldn't have been able to do that without all of these people that donated. So yeah, it's amazing, guys. Thank you so much for that.
They believed in our vision, and complete, as I said previously, completely untested in the grand scheme of things. Obviously, we have all independent achievements, but yeah,
the
people
weirdest
put the money up like that, it's wholesome.
The weirdest part about filming this scene is when I was sweeping, obviously it was just a take, but honestly, this is exactly what I used to do in this building. This was like one of my first big jobs. I used to clean this place. And so I was like, oh, God damn it, I'm doing it again. I'm sweeping these floors. I've come full circle.
Back to the past.
Yeah.
Changed them all, they stay the same.
Got the PTSD there.
They stay the same, yeah. But that was like our last take here. And it went super late. Everybody was super tired. And I think I did 3 takes. And then finally we're like, all right, that's good. we'll do that one.
Yeah, I remember it being like the last take of the day, and it was like, oh man, we all just want to go. And I remember Ant from Residents of Evil was like, take 3, the last fucking take we're doing.
We're done. Yeah.
It's so funny. It's so pretty though how that last scene is shot. I was just like gawking over the lighting and how that looked like, because I saw it on the camera while you were filming JJ. I'm like, there is no reason this post-credit scene should look this good. This looks honestly, way too good.
From my perspective, I had no idea how it was gonna look, and I was like, oh man, I really hope this is good. And there was a few times, I think in the first take, I looked at the camera because I was like, oh yeah, I never really thought, where am I looking when I'm talking? And that's why it was like a few before we got it right. I think I had to keep lighting up cigarettes and cracking beers because you can't have an already cracked beer. So yeah,
right.
I just pass them out to people.
Gotta hear it. Gotta see it.
You gotta hear the crack. Yeah.
I saw someone.
What's that?
I saw someone comment that we just ripped sound effects for the hunter from the game, and I'm like, I literally had one sound effect of many. Like the clicking sound is a reverse woodpecker.
Well, that was actually perfect timing because that's exactly where I was.
Good.
I just don't understand where that guy got that from, but whatever.
It sure seemed to.
Yeah, I mean,
it's very much like
when spoken about the film. It would be nice to talk about some. Let's call them. And again, everybody's opinion is valid and valued. But some legitimate criticisms and maybe some criticisms I think that are, here nor there really. I think the big one that I take umbrage with is the length. is people say about the length of the film, and there are variables why the length is the length. One, we very, very specifically set out how long the Keeper's Diary was going to be. There's even a video in the crowdfunding campaign which sets out scene by scene what the film was going to be about. So there should be no expectation that this was going to be a feature-length James Cameron-esque adventure.
But it was. No, I'm just kidding.
But it was. And then the second point is, it's still like there's a fine line here. Like, people say they want like authentic adaptations. We had like 12 pages to work off. Like,
and they weren't even full pages.
On the opposite side of that, though, a lot of people said that look what they can do with just one diary in the game. Like, Hollywood, why can't you do with all the source material? Why can't you make a proper, faithful, full-length film? When they did
that's why it is difficult when I hear like, oh yeah, it's too short. Well, we literally adapted it page by page. Andrew brought up a good point about, you know, what we wanted to achieve on this project is we want to play in the sandbox of Resident Evil lore. We didn't want to play outside of the sandbox. So if we'd have said, oh yeah, it's going to be an hour long, I feel like we would have had to have inserted things into it which we believe should be inserted into Resident Evil lore. But we don't need to know that. We don't need to know what the Keeper had for breakfast, if he had a bisexual love interest. We didn't need to know any of this. All we needed is those very, very clear black and white words in that diary entry replicated in a visual medium. And again, there's only so much you can do with $55,000, to be honest.
That would run outside the scope of what the Keeper's Diary represents, what it is, right? JJ, go ahead.
Sorry, we got a celebrity in the chat. I want to give a massive shout out to Joe White.
What's that?
Chris Redfield in the Resident Evil 1 remake, and also the voice of the Keeper in the Keeper's Diary, a Biohazard Story. Let's all get those Chris Redfields in the chat, guys. Welcome, Joe.
Yeah, I just noticed his name pop up in the chat too. What were you saying, Becky?
I was going to say that would run outside of the scope of what the Keeper's Diary is meant to represent. I was thinking about those questions that I had drafted up for today. I know we're going like kind of impromptu, but one of them was that in the modern landscape of survival horror games, we have a lot of titles that have so many files. They have files everywhere for everything, often in cases, which you gotta commend them for it, where the indie developer or indie writer's ambitions exceed the scope of maybe the budget or the technical limitations of the project. And they'll try to tell really grand stories with a lot of files. The Keeper's Diary is just one diary, right? And you find it, and that's within an hour or so of getting lost in the mansion, straying from room to room. And once you have something, it becomes inherently, you're geared to pay more attention to it and attribute more value to it, because there is so little given to the player otherwise, that when you have something of substance that tells something of a coherent story, you're more inclined to regard it as uniquely valuable and special, as opposed to a lot of modern horror titles that, while they have good stories and worlds, they often, this is a criticism that I see from people like Under the Mayo. I know you had a talk with them lately, and it was a very valid criticism of a lot of modern horror titles looking at inserting 2-3 files per room, and then you go to the next one, you find more files, and it's like you have little details scrawled about where someone left some key item, or about some correspondence between coworkers on like a spaceship and like in Doom or Dead Space, right? So it's just like, do you really need all of that? Can't we just have this instance of a file that, like nothing else, is the quintessential story told of someone deteriorating into a zombie that represents that instance for really all of Resident Evil? And it's so monumental and it's so influential that you see it replicated in almost every Resident Evil entry in some way. You have Watchman's Diary, you have Biohazard Incubate for RE4, you have A Village Youth's Diary for RE5.
BRB.
That concept of telling that one story and bringing that to life is something that, it just inherently sparks your imagination, and it denotes its own worth by being rare and being the one of its type, usually for the entire game. rather than being in a game where the entire thing is filled with notes and diary entries and text that I think, kind of like how Under the Mayo had expressed in that video, should ideally be conveyed and expressed anyway through the gameplay and through the visual taking in of different environments and stimuli while you're playing the game, not reading a note. So this is special in this instance because it is rare and because it represents that one case of deterioration. So
there is an old screenwriting adage of show me, don't tell me.
Yeah.
So kind of getting to the point of the talking about this, that was a big reason why I really struggled with Daymare 1998, because they just have so many diary entries. It's like, man, just get to the point. What do you want me to do? It's almost it's a bit too much. But going back to kind of keeping it very, very strict on the 12 minutes. In my opinion, we was very, very clear from the outset. Just to kind of summarize this all, it was very, very clear from the outset how long it was going to be. It was going to be a short film. This was a storyboard of exactly what you're going to see on there. We set, in my opinion, everybody's expectation of what it was going to be, because if we didn't do this, we would become what we hate, which is people getting involved in Resident Evil and then adding what they think Resident Evil is or what Resident Evil should be, and then that is just a slippery slope to disaster.
So that's a good point. I wanted to follow up on that because when you present outright what you are planning to offer to a community in terms of length, in terms of scenes, specific shots, even with an animatic, and you have that information expressly available and stated in the crowdfunding campaign, it's kind of a case study of when news spreads like wildfire of a new film adaptation, the word short can often get excised from that headline, right? And so people spread the news, and if you have a big crowdfunding campaign and people are using the words Resident Evil, inspired, biohazard, and fan film in the air, the short can get omitted, and people that are observing from maybe 3, 4, 5 layers of separation from the online community that is actively working at it, they're going to take some portion of the message of that crowdfunding video and miss others. And missing the length, I think, is something that will inevitably happen when we put forth this sort of concept or animatic video or previs for something that is meant to be a certain length that we all know, but can't be communicated to everyone that is an onlooker, that is an excited onlooker, that is like, oh, look, there's a new adaptation. So I think that's just kind of inevitable, that trying to communicate to 100% of prospective fans who might enjoy this experience would actually understand how long it is. And they would sort of more inclined to follow the general development of the film, but not necessarily details like length, like scenes, like characters we could expect. Or maybe people just want to pull back because they want to be surprised and they don't want to have as much detail in a film, because I know I've taken that perspective too. So it's both a case of not being able to 100% inform everyone that is on it, and then a case also of some folks willingly withholding information from themselves about the development of it. And then 3, kind of like there are people that are really vocal about what they might have wanted to see but didn't actually take it upon themselves to check and see what was the plan for it. So all of those things.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I thought you were rapping.
I had one more thing, but I'll do it after.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, this is kind of away from the crowdfunding thing, but with what you were saying about general advice of show don't tell, that's very good elementary advice. What I've learned is how subjective that is to the medium that it's used to and assigned to. For example, if you look at Michael Crichton's Jurassic Park novels, this guy's telling like crazy, but he can get away with it because he does it correctly. And in the medium of a novel, you can tell a lot of information and still build a lot of intrigue around what characters want to do and why it's interesting. But mediums like games, mediums like film, you want to ideally speak through the language of visual metaphor. You want to insert images into the minds of people that will ideally connect to the ongoing situation or the crux of the matter in a way that doesn't involve a lot of words, because that's what novels do. They can get very flowery and they can dabble however much the author can do and get away with still telling good story. But games and films can't quite. So there's a lot more on the plate for if you want to essentially abstract out a portion of the Resident Evil 1 experience that represents the deterioration of one's mind into a zombie, then it's like the Keeper's Diary is there. How do we keep that engaging and showing and not have it drag on and deliver too much information and delve outside of the active experience and arc of the Keeper? So it's all of those variables go into account, are taken into account, like how Rob was saying before, of like, does this capture the emotional essence and the key points that you would expect a Resident Evil story to, and does it fit the source material that it was based off of? And for the Keeper's Diary to do that, it should probably be pretty short. It probably shouldn't give too much detail. It should visually convey as much information as it can without sort of unloading excess onto the viewer, because no one wants that in film. Really, people don't want that in games. Some people do. People who play like Alan Wake 2 and read every file want that. But a lot of people, you know, for games and film, they want to see it. They want to sense it. So,
JJ, really quick to go off what Becky was saying. Okay. I did notice a comment. I think it was on the YouTube video. Someone said, this is like a perfect film for what an older Resident Evil fan would like. Yeah. Yeah, it made me feel old, sure. But it just goes to show how kind of diluted it's become, even in the game franchise. You know, set aside the movies franchise itself, but there's no arguing that the games are vastly different than what they used to be. Like you said earlier, the lab in the remake, the RE2 remake, is much more clean and pristine, and it's like, well, that's not really what Resident Evil is all about. It probably shouldn't be neat. It probably shouldn't be
it's all dilapidated, shady.
That's what Resident Evil is. Not saying that Resident Evil 2 remake is a bad game, because it's very fun to play, and I think it stays for the most part pretty true to the original. But it just seems like sometimes some things over time, once more media gets created or rebooted or whatever, it just seems to get very diluted and convoluted and whatever. Liam Neeson made a good point of this with the Obi-Wan Kenobi show. He said he's never going to really come back and do it again, just because he thinks it takes the mysticism out of everything. And he even used the word diluted. It just oversaturates, changes, floods the franchise with things that make it very not recognizable anymore. Which, for better or worse, I don't know.
I've said this many times, that when you take away the mystery, you know, the best part of art media is leaving it to your interpretation. That's why characters like Hunk, Ada, Boba Fett, right? A lot of these things, like, it doesn't matter the medium. It's left to your interpretation. So you form your mind around it. You form your own story around it. If you start explaining every little thing that they do, the mystery's gone. The allure is gone. You ruined that little piece of what was a mystery, what was special. You know, I've always said that. But I do like hear what Zobun said. He said that, and I do see this in the comments a lot, people that talk about the length aren't necessarily complaining about the length of the Keeper's Diary. It's just that they really enjoyed it and want more. And that's an amazing thing. And that's what we want to offer in the future. Is like, this was just to showcase what this team can do. In the future, we would love to do more. It really depends on your reception to this film, what the community thinks as a whole, and if you will allow us to do more. Because if you allow us to do more, we're going to do more. We would love to do more. And then going off of that, Adazukin says, and to kind of go for full circle on this, sometimes less is more. In this case, it was an awesome short film based on a few file pages in the game. Anything else would have allowed for criticism. It goes back to that ruining the mystery, adding too much to what is not there. You're opening yourself up to criticism, unnecessary criticism. Do the thing, be faithful, give your own little take on it, And that's what adds to and not takes away. That's what adds to and not allows you to have that criticism. And then, real quick, Joe White did say, just wanted to say thanks again to you guys for letting me be part of this amazing project, which I think all the thanks goes from us to Joe. Thank you for being part of this, Joe. We can't thank you enough, man. Okay, that's me out. All the best, folks. Let's do another one. Joe signed up for another one. Let's freaking go. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, no, you guys, everything you said, I think it was very well said. And I didn't mean to rush. I just know we also have a Q&A we have to do. And we also have a CG video from Lewis that I do want to showcase here. So let's roll over to the showcase from Lewis, because I think it's really cool look at kind of the making of. And Lewis, please feel free to speak over, talk over your own video, talk over others if there's something about this you want to say, because I do think this is a good look into kind of the making of on your end. A lot of work into this. So let me get this up here for everybody.
But try to not get too technical, right? So
yeah.
Let's see if there's something to say.
I think at this point everybody's here to really hear the in-depth making of. So if you want to get technical, that's totally fine, man.
Okay, I'm gonna speak for 3 hours.
Okay, here we go, guys.
Hell yeah.
Buckle up, everybody gets a turn. All right, let me play this, and I did turn the sound, or I have the sound on. You said it's not copyright, and we got some fat bass in this, so let's let it play through, baby. Oh, I probably should stream this to you guys so you can see where I'm at in this. Probably turn it down just a little bit, though. And everybody in the chat, guys, I'm reading all the chat. I appreciate all the very positive comments. I appreciate all the questions and everything. Please, if you have a question, put it in the Q&A. We're going to come to it right after this portion. And for the support, guys, we can't thank you enough. We are going to read through all the super chats and members at the end of the stream just to not break up the conversation. So thank you, guys. All right. See, is that positioned properly there? Yes, it is. All right, let's check out this little behind the scenes of the making of the CGI for The Keeper's Diary, a Biohazard story. Turn that down, and good to go. All right, starting it over. There it is.
That's fucking sick, man.
That's so cool. There's all the things we talked about.
Yep.
That's so cool. I'm gonna let it loop while you talk.
If I have something to say more about the eye shot, we can go back there.
Yep. Oh, the hunter eye here.
Yeah, the hunter eye. The hunter eye. The last minute decision from Andy. Actually, yes. What? Actually, this was just a test animation. It wasn't supposed to go to the movie, actually. And then, I think the last weeks of production, Andy he brought it again to the chat and said, we need to use it. But I didn't even have the animations anymore. I had to do it again, actually. But it was actually good because I could improve some stuff. Like, for example, the eyelid, when the eye is opening, you can see like it changing the surface of the eyelid when the inner eyelid is moving. Since it was a last minute decision, I wouldn't have time to rework the rig. Actually, it was really cheap. way that I did it. I had like invisible brush that would move together with the inner eyelid, and it would just inflate everything that it touches in the hunter's surface, and it gives the illusion that you're seeing the deformation in the normal eyelid. Actually, am I being clear? I don't know. If
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Again,
that sounds very technical stuff that
sometimes can be hard to understand my broken English here.
Great.
Sorry, but I think that was a great addition. Thanks, Mike Long, for that. His topology was great because without it, it would be hard to like make this iris opening and closing like it was. Thanks to the topology of the model, was really great as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
What was I gonna say?
I don't know, Andrew. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say something. Oh, the. So you took the model that Mike gave you and you made like a wireframe of it for the computer shot.
Yes.
Did you separately model the skeleton and put it inside?
Yes.
Wow.
Because wow, the rig doesn't look like that. But
so
also the muscles.
You had to custom make an actual skeleton to put
yes.
inside.
No. Oh no. Sorry. The skeleton of the hunter was like just. I think it was an asset. I just modified it.
Okay. That's still impressive.
I thought it was based on Lewis's posture, and he just scanned it into the.
Oh no.
You want to know a fun fact for the animation of the hunter? One of the references was actually me. I recorded myself walking like a fucking hunter.
Raptor.
Yeah.
Hell,
That video.
Raptor walk.
I think I deleted.
I've done that too.
Please tell me you filmed that, and please tell me we can watch that. Gotta put it in this video, buddy.
Lewis is the hunter, quite literally.
That's taking your job very seriously, and we appreciate it.
Yeah.
That's funny. But yeah.
Yeah. That inner eyelid you did do yourself, right? That wasn't something that Mike sent?
Yes. And then, but it's like really simple to do. Just a sphere, a half sphere, like with just work a little bit the textures and
yeah,
that's it. You know.
Looks
all
fantastic.
this too, you did all these.
So
yes,
this
that's not me actually.
No?
This
Okay.
go back.
This yes.
Go back. This is all like some asset I downloaded a long time ago and used on that movie Nora that I showed you guys.
Yeah.
So I just reused it, sent it to Steve. He put it together in a 4:3 ratio for that computer. And then the only thing he had to do was take the wireframe here of the hunter that Lewis sent him and put it in that shot.
That's a terrible.
And
oh, sorry. Go ahead.
he had to make it match the stock footage that was used on the computer.
I was just gonna kind of go back to like the whole structure of this hunter, right? You know how Chris said to Wesker that he's pitiful and this is ultimate failure. Look at the design of this hunter. Like that vertebrae there, it's gonna have so much stress.
Yeah.
This is a terrible creature that Umbrella cooked up. I mean, it's very deadly, but man, that thing can't sustain for more than
Absolute back
10
pain.
years max. Yeah, like that
Bro
back
needs
is
a
gonna
temper
be
mattress
bad.
ASAP.
Holy crap! But beautifully done by the CGI team.
Yeah.
I just never really got the whole innards of a hunter before, but it's terrible. Terrible design by Umbrella. Looks cool though.
He's a chiropractor.
The saliva.
Definitely.
Oh my god, it was so.
Yeah, what's these lines
couldn't
coming
get
out of
it
its
to-
mouth?
Drool.
Yeah.
Oh, it was drooling.
Also, I couldn't simulate it. It was also like this. You can see it's like a bunch of cards.
Yeah.
With like the effect of the saliva.
Yeah.
And yeah, like I wouldn't be able to like simulate it. It's my weakness. I wouldn't be able to simulate it. Solid was so good.
Yeah.
And that's the way I couldn't do it.
I don't think it was necessary because that. Oh, I see it. Actually, I see it. Coming on, that turned out great.
It's small details.
Yeah. When you slow
Yeah.
it down, you can really see the little small details in it. Again, I think that breathing,
love
that
this shot.
clicking sound from
Yeah.
its neck was sick.
It feels like, do you know, it feels like Alien. You know, like
Yeah.
fucking
a
Ridley
little.
Scott, Alien, just spectacular.
Yeah.
I love the movement. And it's not.
Yes,
That's my
this
favorite.
movement. I watched a bunch of trailers of Alien movies, and
Love that.
yes, not really hard to do actually. Much. It's more. I just use noise modifiers.
It
It's
definitely
actually-
shows.
Yeah, the corridor.
Yep. And you can see all the tape they put on my green screen. I had to pull it all off for my stream. It's like, what the hell, guys? Why
It's
are they
not
putting
tape.
all-
It's little felt dots for cabinets.
Why are they putting tape all over my green screen? What the hell's going on here?
I just
One
told you
producer,
it's
and then
not,
they get a bunch of stuff up for taffers or whatever. That looks
It's
sick.
not-
Crazy.
That
not
looks
tape.
really good. It's not tape. The taffers.
It's the
Yeah, what's
thing that
the-
you put on your cabinet doors.
Oh, okay. You put little buttons on it. I still had to pull them down.
Those little felt thingies that
I'm just
prevent it from
kidding.
slamming.
But yeah, this
I
looks
hate you.
fantastic. Like, oh my god. Me as somebody who streams,
Yeah.
I would love to have these as backgrounds. But this went into a full production short film. They look incredible.
Yeah.
And you can see how that looks exactly like the walls that we made in here. It blends so perfectly.
Yeah, I searched a lot to
Yeah.
find something similar.
And to match the lightning and the windows on the reflections with the lightning, because we actually had like flashing lights, so you had to match that with real lights. That's impressive, and it was all at different times to kind of show the different areas of the house. It was synced like perfectly. Yeah. We had a strobe light going on. We had a little dance party in the hall. Charlie
I don't know
came
why
out all
the-
bloody
this-
and
this-
dirtied up.
This eye also was so hard to like make it work. I don't know why.
Because you had to not only
It was
match
a
the
back and
angle-
forth.
Yeah, the coloring and everything you matched perfectly.
Dude, Andy, it's got to be like 2 o'clock over there right now.
Yeah, we have a Q&A,
It's actually
Andy.
3:15.
3?
All right,
3:15.
we'll move over to the Q&A. Andy, if you get a dip, you can dip, man.
I'll make it to I'll make it to 4 probably.
That's dedication. Just like the dedication
Yes,
you gave
the-
to the film.
There's also the
on
CGI. There's also the shot from Brent's little.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Not
man.
included on this video yet.
It was,
dope.
oh, I'm sorry. Was it in there?
No.
What? No, it wasn't.
Oh.
Not yet. But basically everything on that shot is what's Brent Little. Fantastic
Oh,
job.
I gotcha. Yep.
I think what Brent did was he took the model that he had from the previous shot, put it in a different software. I don't know if he used Unreal or not. Maybe it was the same. But essentially took the same model and added all the foliage and the weather and the rain and the lightning. And so he obviously reused some assets, but he was able to recreate the shot.
Yeah. That was super impressive from where it started because we all, like I said earlier, we all thought it was perfect as is, and then you're like, oh, it could be improved, and then Brent came through with that shot, and you're like, holy shit, that's
Beautiful.
That's
Yeah.
insane. No, how different it is.
Yeah.
I wish we could do a side by side of that. But we do have a Q&A. A lot of people have submitted their questions, and we do appreciate that. We'll try to get to all of them. Obviously, if they were asked multiple times, we won't read multiple versions of it. But we got a lot of questions, guys. So let me go up here. I'm going to end the Q&A now, so I hope you had submitted it already. Let's see. Baz says, and it's not showing me the full screen here, so let me bring it down here. Baz says, was it fun making the gore, injuries, blood stuff? What's the hardest part about it? I guess that would probably be a proper question for Paige. but we can pass it over to Andrew because you did have a hand in it.
Yeah, no, it was fun. The only thing that we really wanted was we wanted a practical approach with Charlie's face while he was dead in bed, but Paige was working on a mold because we sent Charlie over to her 2 months in advance to get a negative cast. And the mold that she had created collapsed in on itself a couple days before production, so that's why we ended up going the CG route with Charlie's face there. But all the other effects were very fun. The blood splatter was fun. Paige did a really good job with the blister like on his foot and the intestines. So yeah, no, very good.
Thank you for the question. Amy says, will the Residents of Evil be shooting with the same actors going forward or switching them out as time progresses? A la RE2 and RE3 Remake. Love you. Mwah. Got a kiss. Thank you.
We have plans. You're going to have to stay tuned to find out. I can't really dive into those right here, right now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. And I think a lot of you're probably going to be the spokesman for a lot of these questions because we all don't know what we can and can't answer. But if it's specific, we'll ask a specific member.
That's fine. Big announcement coming up on the 30th. So stay tuned for that video.
And I did see a few people in the chat earlier saying that you're excited for the 30th for us to announce our next project. So that's always exciting that people care to see what we're going to be doing. And then Amy again, does the Residents of Evil have a plan to autograph streams in the near future? I would absolutely adore purchasing prints signed by Charlie, Pablo, and Jill.
I don't know. We'd have to talk about that. I don't know the legalities and whatever.
I think that would be something that they all do kind of on their own. Usually actors set up their own signings. And while we would love to like host a signing event, usually that's something that they'll take care of. So while we'll announce it here, if they are doing signings, if it's something that we're organizing, I would just make sure you're following the actors to see when they're doing their next signings.
Yeah, that's a good point. I know Charlie's trying to get it set up. Greg Smith that already has something set up. I think he has a PO box and you just send it to him. He signs it, sends it right back. So
that's super cool that he does that. And I gotta pick his print. Shadow Wolf 1301. How does it feel to be the first to show a depiction of a live action hunter, and who was the team to help with the inception? So the first part of that, I kind of want to pass it over to Lewis because he was the one that helped part of the team that helped organize that. How does it feel, Lewis, to be the first to show a depiction of a live-action hunter?
That's amazing. Actually, I don't watch the Resident Evil the live action. Actually, I didn't even know that we were the first ones to show the hunter. So it was like a surprise, and I was like, oh, hell yeah. But yeah, again, it was a fun experience to bring that creature. But I looked so much to Hunter's Face that, to be honest, I can't stand it anymore.
You're sick of it?
I'm mad at it.
He's done with hunters.
I hope we don't do the hunter again. We can move on to another creature.
We want more hunters. All right. Second part of that question.
That's how you know how hard he worked on this film.
Oh yeah.
I'm kidding, by the way.
Yeah.
That's a joke.
Who helped conceptualize it? Who was the team that helped conceptualize it, Andrew?
I mean, so the VFX team was like 3 or 4 people. It was Lewis who did the skeletal rig, the muscular rig, placed it in the shot, so look development, 3D camera, 3D lighting, and then we had Mike Long who did the model and he painted it, he textured it. And really, that's it. It's just 2 people that worked on the hunter. Other than that, we had my friend Steven from college who did a lot of the chroma key for some of these shots. But like 3 or 4 people did all of the VFX on this film. You know, when you watch a movie and you see the VFX portion in the credits and it's like 8 billion names? Well, in ours it was 3. So 3 or 4.
Elkanath says, how long was this all in talks for since the first pitch to now? So, Andrew, I think, because you were pretty well planned for this before you and I started talking. So how long from conception to finale? You're hurting his brain, Elkanath.
So,
it's a good question.
Welcome. Yeah, I has itch. Welcome to Raccoon City came out October 21, I think. And I saw it. And when the production started posting pictures on social media of the sets they were building the front of the Spencer Mansion and the RPD, and I think it got a lot of our hopes up, like, wow, they might actually be like faithful to the games this time around. Then they released the trailer, and I think probably all of our expectations went out the window once they released that trailer. So then when you went to see the film, I don't know about you guys, but I walked out of the film just really pissed off. And I was like 30, 31 at the time. I was like, dude, this is fucking stupid. I'm going to be an 80-year-old man by the time we get a fucking, like, this game is a work of art. It's a masterpiece. It's reminiscent of a Kubrick film or a Romero film, and it should be represented as so. And it's never, they just decide not to do it. Why? Who knows? Agendas, greed. I don't know why Constantine does what they do. But I'm like, well, I'm not getting any younger, and this is something I've always wanted to do. And I contacted you and some other popular YouTubers, and you had your thing going on with Sean at the time. So I just decided to try and get something going myself, and contacted Prishamir, and we went forward with him. And I asked him if he thought it was a good idea to contact Charlie and Eric, and he was like, "Yeah, go for it." So I did. They both responded, and that's kind of how that all fell into place back in 22. And they gave me Greg's contact, and I got them together, and we did all this stuff. And that's when you found out from when we were filming in the desert, and you reached back out to me. And then it didn't fall through with you yet because you're still with Sean. So we were still doing it with Sperling. We went over to Germany. You thought it was cool, so you went with us, and we all had this really awesome time over in Germany.
I invited myself.
He invited himself. We had this awesome time in Germany, and eventually it just got to the point where it wasn't feasible to do in Germany. So did it here in the States, got with Andy. He took charge of crowdfunding, really got it over the line, and did the crowdfunding, filmed in October last year, and been working on it in post ever since. So
since Welcome to Raccoon City.
Since Welcome to Raccoon City.
Okay, there you go.
I guess I could have just said that.
No, it's okay. That was good. A lot of people probably want to know that.
Yeah.
Sister A says, will you enter this into the best short film category for the Academy Awards?
I don't want to get sued.
Yeah, no, I'm sure there's limitations with doing fan films and stuff like that. I don't think we'd probably qualify, but
yeah, I have a very low view of film festivals and stuff like that anyway. So
how about indie film festivals? They're pretty good. I see a lot of bangers from indie film festivals, like really,
they
really
already
good
know
films.
the movies they're picking. They're pre-selected. They just want people's money.
Indie too?
Probably. I don't know.
All right.
Who knows?
This is a good conversation. We'll have to have this in another podcast. That's interesting. I thought indie film festivals were good. Mr. Green says,
I think it's a scam.
what was the most difficult part of the project? And I'm going to pass it over to you guys. Give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
That's fine.
Most difficult
dealing
part.
with
Get
JJ
ready. Go.
from the Residents of Evil.
What did you say about me? What did you say behind my back to chair?
No, I mean, the main thing from my point of view was definitely, even though we had a very, very good location, which we had unfettered access to build assets, etc. It's just where JJ lives is so remote. And if I had the opportunity to do it again, even though I'm very grateful for the opportunity, I'd probably do it in a more centralized location, because even though we saved budget on location and having to rent locations, etc. It was kind of like compounded because now we had to get everybody to an extremely isolated location, which wasn't cheap. So whether that balanced out and was cost neutral is to be seen. But yeah, that was a definite challenge. Just kind of getting everybody to that remote part of the US was pretty difficult.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the entire thing was just incredibly difficult because like you guys, I'm sure I have a full-time job and I got to do this on the side, So, I mean, building the sets was incredibly difficult. It was very strenuous. There just wasn't enough time, not enough manpower. Filming, we had a week, could have used 2. Budget, grateful that we had the budget that we did, but we probably could have used 100. But I understand why we only asked for this much.
Yeah.
It was just exhausting. Everything about it was just from start to finish. It's been a 2-year uphill battle for me, and I'm sure for a lot of you guys it was an uphill battle as well. But yeah, it was everything about it.
It was fun. I had a good time. Even the hard times were good times. And Andy, I heard that you hated where I live and you hated my hospitality. You son of a bitch!
The hospitality was great. I was just too tired to really take it in.
Oh, I heard that. All right.
But yeah, it's like anything. It's like any any filmmaking. Just we was very beneficial that we did get your location. You afforded us that access.
Yeah.
It just had its own. I'm sure if we had a centralized location, it'd be like 10 times the fucking cost. So it balances it out. So.
Mm-hmm. And we also had so many folks in this small town that were willing to help us in various aspects, locations, animals, styling, like all hairstyling, everything.
Thank you for clearing that up, Aggie. What Andy meant to say was fantastic. Thank you. All right. Moving on to the next part here. Shadow Wolf doesn't have a question, but a very nice thing to say. I just want to say thank you, everyone, for all their hard work, dedication, and love for this project. I couldn't be prouder to be part of this community, and I can't wait to hear about your next project. And that's kind of the first part. Is how I feel. Like, I'm just proud of the community, the team, the fact that we were able to do this. Like, I'm genuinely grateful every day to think that, holy crap, we did this here. We did this with all these passionate fans, and it was backed by this community, and that is amazing. Kitty says, "Oh, I'm sorry. What was that?"
Said thank you.
No. How dare you interrupt me with saying thank you? I'll never let it happen again.
Say thank you. You gotta say thank you to the guy.
No, it's a very kind thing to say. I'm sorry I cut you off. How much? Oh, this is a good one. Philly Ness 97 says, "How much fun did you guys have making The Keeper's Diary?"
A lot.
Miss Kitty.
Yeah. As tough as it was fun. I enjoyed every second.
We all said that it was going to go by so fast with so much work and so many things to do that we're going to miss actually living in the moment. And for the most part, we did a lot of the time. Thankfully to pictures and the time we had and the people we met. Just the fact that we had all these creators here, like Andy. I used to listen to his podcast, and then he invited me onto his podcast, and I've appreciated his content forever. And the fact that he was here in the building where I used to listen to his podcast was wild. The fact that I've chatted with all you guys before we were all here, like I feel like through the work and the stress and the stress to make sure we do right by the community, I feel like it was an amazing time that I don't think any of us will ever forget.
Oh yeah, no, without everyone doing it together, it would have been like a lot of things that I generally avoid, right? Like just the construction aspect of it, like the physical labor, the being really cold, the getting very little sleep. Like none of us would sign up to do all of those things so willingly for like days at a time with crazy hours, like a few hours of sleep, 20-hour days, like. Those don't sound great to anyone, and they don't feel great, but ultimately we are inspired to continue to do them together when we make a big promise and we have a huge goal, an ambitious goal. So
100%. Yeah. Kitty says, what was the hardest piece of the set to make or get? Ooh, that's a good one.
I hated the way the floor came out in the bedroom.
Yeah.
Which is weird because now looking back at it, the new one looks great, but I really
The new
did
one
like
looks
that
fantastic.
floor. I like that original floor. I like that a lot.
I wish I would have just ordered a couple extra boxes of the tiles. But the hardest part of the set to build, nothing was hard to get per se. I think the posters. I went with the posters we did because it was kind of hard to find like supermodel posters like they were in the game. But
Hardest part of the set to make.
I don't think anything was hard to acquire, but I'd say the hardest part of the set to build was the divider in the lab with the giant window.
Yeah.
Because there was more to it that needed to be structurally sound. So
That was probably the most intricate. I mean, the corridor was just a corridor. Like, it was annoying to wallpaper it, but it was outside of that it was pretty standard. But the lab had a lot of moving parts to it. Like, it had a trapdoor, you had like as you said, a divider with a perspex pane. It had a switch with its own light. You know, it was quite an intricate. Well, it was quite an intricate set, to be honest.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the hallway was hard too, only because I was trying to save money and I bought the wrong type of wood. So I bought plywood and plywood bows.
It's bowing.
I can't even tell you how hard of a time my dad and Rob had putting that together because I built the flats they were putting in the hallway together. That was tough just because of the quality of wood. So, yeah.
My hardest part was getting this office to be presentable to people coming in. This place sucked, dude. There's
Yeah,
holes
you guys
in
had your hands
walls and
full
in
with
the
that one.
ceiling. Yeah, but it all came together.
You should do a video, a tour through video of what it looks like now, and do like a before and
comparison.
after.
We were going to, but we still have 2 more rooms to finish. So we figured, like, how about we just get these 2 rooms done, and then we can do a full tour? Because right now it's like 75% done. But yeah, we'll eventually, through all the pictures and videos we took, we'll eventually put together a before and after.
Nice.
Q Fluff says, not sure if it went through. My question is, how did you convince Charlie to come back to the Resident Evil franchise? It's so good seeing Charlie pose again for Chris. Thank you, Charlie. We love you. I think we all love Charlie. But yeah, how'd you convince him? I don't think it...
I sent him a link to that storyboard video I made, and I asked him if he would be interested in playing the Keeper. I sent the same email to him and Eric.
Yeah.
And both like, yeah, let's do it. I think... between Charlie, Greg, and Eric, I think Charlie is the most like enthusiastic in terms of like the creative process.
Yeah.
Greg is just excited, you know, and wants to be a part of it. And he found out recently that he was part of this awesome thing, right? And Eric is equally as excited. But I just think that Charlie had the most passion for it. So that's why we ultimately went with him for the Keeper. So, but yeah, I just sent him an email and that was it.
Kind of crazy that we got Joe White to do the voice, Charlie to do the actor. That's
Double
wild.
Chris'd up.
Yeah.
We were supposed to record Charlie here with this mic, but we didn't get the posters until a couple days ago. So the idea was for him to come here, sign the posters, do the audio at the same time. And we were supposed to listen to Joe's and Charlie's and see which one we liked best. And Joe very much was, you know, informed of that. And I had the idea anyways that it might be cool to have 2 Redfields voicing the same character. So
I think that's
it worked
cool.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Michael says, when are you going to make a Jill sandwich short? And I'm pretty sure you already have, and it's on your TikTok. Didn't you? I remember something about a sandwich.
I think Charlie eats the sandwich.
Charlie, yeah, he eats the sandwich very slowly while looking at the camera.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
That's
that was
good.
it. Yeah. I do get a picture of the actress for Jill Valentine in The Keeper's Diary eating a sandwich. I
Oh,
see
do
her
you
eating a
really?
Yeah, I do. And she has like a very Colgate smile, like like all.
dude.
She has a
The most-
Don't get me
incredible
started
smile.
on Grace's teeth, man.
Grace's
Straight out of the
teeth.
Colgate
Gracie.
commercial.
Like nice. Yeah, but
You
I
all know
got,
the story I told you about her.
I was gonna release that for my countdown, and there's a few days where I just didn't have internet, so I couldn't. But Yeah, no, I'll put that out eventually. But there's a short from Charlie, and then there's that picture of Gracie eating the sandwich. We got Trillbill. Trillbill says, how familiar was Oscar Mansky, who played Wesker, with the source material? For the small part he had, I think he nailed the look and vibe of him. Ooh, I think we gave him a crash course.
Yeah, this is a really good question, and I was going to talk about it earlier, but I completely forgot to talk about it. So everybody that was like creative on the project, like in terms of the crew and stuff like that, it had a vested interest in Resident Evil, but the actors really did. Like Charlie, to a certain extent, obviously being Chris Redfield, but none of the actors were like Resident Evil fans, I would suggest. But they don't have to be. That's the real beauty of it. It's the job of Andrew to really get them to articulate them characters. They don't need to know the ins and outs of everything and of S-ranked Code Veronica or whatever, you know. So with Oscar, I mean,
with Oscar,
he knew what it was. He doesn't, you know.
Yeah. I mean, with Oscar specifically, like for what we needed out of him, we just needed. I think I used the term stoic as fuck when I spoke to him. We just needed him to be stoic as fuck.
Don't even show an emotion.
He's got sunglasses on anyway, so because I know he did when the blood spattered up at the pain.
Mm-hmm.
I know he was like blinking. He even said like, "I'm so happy I'm wearing sunglasses," because like that genuinely did like shock. But yeah, he nailed it because of Andrew's direction. Like, you know, be stoic as fuck. Don't react emotionless and just be who Wesker would be. So
yeah.
And then the Pablo voice to just cap it off. It's just so buttery. Yeah, it's so smooth.
We got C. Augustus Garfield says, hi everyone, has made a tremendous effort working on this production. Is there a way to join the team? A Full Sail graduate here. Oof.
Hey, I'm a Full Sail graduate.
Oh, you guys probably know each other. Maybe not.
Wait, yeah, probably not. It depends on what year you graduated.
Yeah, the team, well, we really appreciate that. The team depends on the needs. So if we see, like, for me personally, the team just kind of came together because, you know, I know with Beggy, a lot of people wanted lore, and I didn't really have time to put together really comprehensive lore videos, and somebody shared one of Beggy's videos, and I just messaged Beggy, and I said, hey, we do need this kind of content here, and I appreciate your videos. Would you be interested? With Andrew, you know, even when he approached me, I couldn't work with him because I was already too busy, and when I seen he brought together the original cast to do a shoot, I was like, all right, this guy definitely, he's a go-getter, right? He went out and got it, and, you know, we would love to have these types of things here on the channel. We would love to have the original cast together. Like he obviously. So what I'm saying is I look for people that have something that we would benefit the channel, the community, and you know, if you have a portfolio or something. One thing we absolutely do need is modder. We need modders for our team. We have a lot of ideas for streams that we'd like to have mods made for. You know, it just depends. It really depends. And shoot me a DM, and you know. Potentially. Dragon Dark says the next could be a Lisa Trevor documents. No, that's a fun one. What do you think about the next being a Lisa Trevor documents, Andrew, or team?
Yeah, that'd be cool. I keep hearing that a lot. I mean, that's definitely probably the next best thing. I would love to. We have our own plans. You guys find out about those soon. But you got to keep in mind we don't have time, we don't have money, we don't have resources.
We'll get
so there. If we did, it would be getting done. But I would love to.
One
I
step
just
at a
don't
time.
know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah,
there is an element as well. Just on that, there is an element that like it's going to be really difficult for, regardless, even if it's like the Residents of Evil production, if it's somebody else, it'd be very hard to do another diary entry in Resident Evil because one, there's no more iconic diary entry like than the Keeper's Diary. The Keeper's Diary is by far like the most iconic diary entry, and two, everyone's always going to compare it to it. So there's nothing else that I can see. Like the Keeper's Diary is just was so perfectly set up to be a short film. It's kind of weird looking back at it actually. and I think
Long-
you'll struggle with anything else, to be honest.
I think it's
story
also
short,
a case
yes, we'll do
of
all of them. Right, guys? All of them. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's tough.
just everything. But no, that from an idea standpoint, that's what I was gonna say is, do you want two short films that showcase the deterioration of one's mental faculties, or is one enough? You know, is there more media to cover stories and themes that encapsulate other aspects of Resident Evil as opposed to just transformation? Do we want to more fully explore maybe characters that aren't turning, ones that have some stake in this franchise, as opposed to another case of someone losing their mind, losing their connections, and being deceived? And I do think in what Andy was saying, that the Keeper's Diary essentially encapsulates those aspects too. That's also kind of, I would give a similar response to any sort of George Trevor story, because it's fundamentally a story about this, the loss of oneself, and whether that's physically, spatially, mentally, spiritually, the loss of oneself and the deterioration of oneself. I think this really encapsulates that. And if there were to be more media on it, there would have to be a very good distinguishing element to set it apart from the Keeper's Diary. One comment that I was looking at earlier that I think kind of runs parallel to all of those cases of George Trevor, Lisa Trevor, the Keeper, is this statement about the poker scene in the Keeper's Diary. And this is something that is more obvious to us now because of this film adaptation. When we're imagining it, we don't draw this line, but someone had a brilliant comment when I was talking about visual metaphors. In the Keeper's Diary, they all have bets with their cards against the corporation, and everyone loses, and there's people cheating. You know, there's this idea that someone is actively disregarding the morals and ethics surrounding bioweapon experimentation, pharmaceutical experimentation, all that kind of thing. So when you look at the poker scene and see it as this game of deceit and trickery and this sort of existential, lonely, like, this is all we have our smokes and our drinks and we can gamble, but really all of us are just playing to lose because we got cheated into this game where there's a cheater. And maybe it's Spencer, maybe it's Umbrella, it's not just Steve. It's like this larger sort of visual metaphor for, you're playing this game that you've bought into, and now you're screwed, and you're clinging on to whatever comfort you have left with your drinks and your smokes and your poker, you know? So bets like that, you know, to me, George Trevor's story, Lisa Trevor's story, the Trevors' story is like another lost bet that George bought into, and he was cheated out of something that he thought he was going to get, or something that he had. And what he had was a healthy relationship with his wife and daughter. So I think that story, in terms of ideas and theme, has already kind of been done. It exists now. So if you want to take up some other angle with it, maybe I would consider it. But otherwise, I think there are more pressing things in terms of ideas and theme in Resident Evil that would be, that time would be better allocated to put it one way.
And Andrew's production quality and my production quality are on kind of different levels. So I'll shoot him, but I'll shoot him all on a green screen. All right, let's do that, baby. Hell yeah. Q Fluff says, "Did anyone sleep on set? Hardest working team." I will say, I seen Andrew actually sleep on the concrete floor in an office space that we actually hadn't renovated at the time. So yeah, he went and took a little nap right on that concrete floor. I don't even think he had a pillow. Took a little nap.
Did we sleep on set? The answer to your question to sleep is no. There was no sleep.
On set, yeah.
Yeah, that would imply that we had to shut our eyes.
I think you took like a 5-minute little nap.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. It was brutal.
Brandon Salisbury says, if there were other files from any of the games that you had a chance to adapt, what would you choose? That is a fantastic question. There's so many. Let's start with you, Andrew. Let's start with just one file. Pick a file. What would you adapt?
The epilogue files in Nemesis, which you might see something that me and Lewis might work on sometime.
Whoa, that's a spoiled it. Son of a bitch.
Well,
Which one of them? Which one file?
I would make the full story.
Oh, it'd be all one. Okay. How about you?
Yeah, you might see that. You maybe, I don't know.
Andy, which file would you adapt?
I'll try not to adapt a file, but if you put a gun to my head, I'd probably say Dario's note from RE3.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. How about you, Lewis? What would you adapt?
Trevor's.
Oh,
Trevor's for Resident Evil 1. And he said that he doesn't feel like there's another diary like the Keeper's Diary. I agree, kind of, but I also think that the Trevor's diary also has a lot of potential.
Yeah,
given the whole context, his family and everything.
Yeah. See, I agree. I agree with that, and I agree with Beggy. Like, I still would like to do something like that, but like Beggy was saying, because we kind of already dived into it through a different story, maybe down the road, it'd be nice to get to. But
on the road again.
Yeah.
How about you, Beg?
There are a few that I think would be cool. One of them is in Revelations 2, and it's a file about Alex Wesker's disdain towards Spencer. And that file is really fascinating. It kind of explores her relationship with Albert and with Spencer. Another thing that's kind of like Outbreak origin story is like Incubate from Resident Evil 4, which you probably could have guessed I would have said, because I just love Incubate so much. It alludes to real pagan festivals. And I think that there's some folk horror potential there. Dancing around in a circle and telling someone special that you love them what that represents in classic pagan belief. So I think there's potential in those too. Yeah. There's a lot of potential in a lot of them, though.
Good choices, guys.
It's hard to
and
choose.
I just want to reiterate, I don't read comments if they're repeated, so to everybody that submitted them, if I don't read it, I'm just letting you guys know I appreciate the comment, but or the question, but I don't read multiples. We got Cynical Nigma. Would you guys ever consider doing panels at any gaming conventions, notably Midwest Gaming Classic? I will say from my experience that I would love to, but working a full-time job, having a family, and doing the row, it would have to be something I was invited to. We have done PAX South. We did a panel there back in 2019, 2020. That was absolutely fantastic. It was incredible. I'd love to do more, but it really depends on if we're invited to them, because I'd love to go to every single one, but time is very tight, and if we're invited. How about you guys? Would you love to do some more panels, conventions in the future?
Yeah,
I think we
that'd
all
be
would.
great.
Just gotta get invited.
Maybe.
Invite us. We'll come talk about Resident Evil, baby. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Talk about it for days. We got Rob Higgins here. The movie was amazing. Are you still getting over the response it has had from the fans? I love the movies, but let's face it, it wasn't The Keeper's Diary. Thank you, Rob.
Thank you.
I never heard it phrased like that, but I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I'm not getting over it.
It's still a shock. I mean, even though when you create media like this, you're like, I hope it gets 1 million views in a week, or I hope it gets 200,000 views in 2 weeks. Like the fact that it got to 100,000 views so quick was just mind blowing.
Yeah.
Because it just showed you that we've really put some serious groundwork in marketing it and getting it out there for people to see. Outside of it, of course, just being on the row anyway, and knowing it would fetch a reasonable return. And then people just keep, as people have said in chat, I've watched it 3, 4, 5, 6 times now. So that's really refreshing to see. We've had people commenting saying the most wholesome thing I saw was a dude said, "I'm watching this with tears in my eyes because you guys have absolutely nailed everything that we wanted in Resident Evil films," and that's a really, really wholesome thing to hear.
Yeah. I mean, I see comments pop up on my phone all the time for videos, and I've been it's been insane. Every comment has been super positive, and I'll see one, I'll be like, oh, that was super nice. I wonder what video that was on. I'll click on it, I'll be like, oh, The Keeper's Diary again. How about my other videos? I'm just kidding. But literally every comment for The Keeper's Diary has been incredibly positive. And I've never seen that before. I've never seen so many positive comments on one video. It's still going. It's absolutely mind blowing.
You know, I was going to say, beyond just having so much positive reception, something that I was pleasantly surprised at was just people's willingness to comment in general. Like, people just comment like crazy on it. And, you know, that doesn't happen for every video. It doesn't happen for even every fan film. It's like there's so much. I know when I was going through a little merry-go-round of watching various Resident Evil fan films because I was curious. They started appearing in my recommended.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, like, even if I have criticisms, if I have feedback, if I think something's great, I'm really stubborn with, like, my feedback. I don't comment on a lot of things. I'm not great about it. So, like, to expect it from other people is, like, it's not right, really, for me to do that. But I am extremely grateful that people have commented like crazy, like nonstop.
Yeah.
It's not even the sense that, like, sometimes people will comment on a video because they don't see what they want said, so they'll say it. But people will say the same positive feedback a million times if it means coming out of their mouth, and that just means that this was something really evocative for people. It made people feel something. It made people want to say something. In a way that directly contributes to more people finding it. So thank you.
Yeah, it has 21,000 likes to 268 dislikes.
Insane.
So it's got
insane.
an overwhelmingly positive like ratio. It's got 3,305 comments. I would say 90 to 95% of which are all positive. And it seems like YouTube algorithm is still pushing it out to people. I think rather slowly, but it seems to be getting about 1,000 views every day to 2 days. So
it's not
that's
slow
good.
for me. I absolutely said, like, this is a longevity type of content that's going to live on the channel and always be there. So when people think about, hey, you know, what Resident Evil properties are there outside of the movies or the Netflix series or the CGI films, they're going to find it. It's tracking exactly how I would have hoped it would. And that just goes to show, like, something with that. It's not like a short 2 to 3 minute news video. Those are always going to get clicks. You know, those are always interesting. Those are always relevant in the time that they're out. Not forever. They're short-term content that's just click, click, click. This is the type of content that lives the testament of time. You know, this is the type of content that people go to channels and subscribe to them for. And I feel like the fact that we hit 200,000 views in 2 weeks is absolutely monumental for something like this. You know, it's can't be more grateful. So thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yova Rod says, plans for the Keeper's Diary Biohazard Story sequels. Thank you so much, guys. Much love and support. Thank you. Andrew, what do you got for a sequel? You want to do the director's cut with the Keeper turn into Crimson Head like we talked about in the other stream? That'd be fucking cool.
I think Andy said he wants to do like a Biohazard declassified cut, but no direct sequel plan for this. Stay tuned. July 30, Residents of Evil. We're announcing our next project.
Hell yes.
But yeah.
No, Cat Shark, our favorite Cat Shark, with probably my favorite question of the night, says, will we be getting an RPD janitor spinoff? I think this is a question we've all been waiting for all night. Will we, Andrew?
Crowdfunding starts tomorrow.
Yeah.
Would
I'll leave that one
if I
to
did
you.
it and it got 100,000? Holy fuck, now what are we going to do, guys? Just going to go around bitching at everybody.
It's just JJ's, like, a day in the life.
Cranky. A day in the
JJ's
life.
got
It's just
that.
me.
You got that fancy green screen in your studio. You can.
I can make it. $100,000. It might be a little. It might not be enough, but I think with the green screen we might be able to do it. The RPD Jenner spinoff we've all been waiting for. Thanks, Catcher.
Oh gosh, I hate you.
We did make a joke the other day that it would be funny at the end of every project that we make if there was just a little Easter egg at the end of each row team member, and it's like, okay, now you got Tony with the RPG janitor in the background sweeping, and then you got Andrew with Tony and it was basically the Avengers of this weird multiverse of Resident Evil we're making. I thought that was really funny, but In the future, we'll see.
Yeah.
J. Michael Gates, if you ever decide to do another Resident Evil like mini movie or whatever, what would be a creature you would love to see that hasn't been in any other movies or Netflix show? That's a really good question, actually.
Pirate or Birkin would be cool.
Maybe Bandersnatch. I like that thing.
Birkin was in the Welcome to Raccoon City, Andrew.
No, he
Fucking
was
idiot.
not. And you're an absolute liar if you said he was.
I'm playing a part. I'm playing a bit. Now that was a odd take at Birkin. I think we were all kind of hoping to see William Birkin transforming into G, and it was kind of a letdown. But
yeah, what's his name? He's a good actor.
He did well with the part, yeah.
Neil Donovan, I think his name.
It should have been Wesker, not Birkin.
He would make a good Wesker, wouldn't he? Because he always plays bad guys.
yeah, I'd love to see Mr. X. I think Mr. X would be really cool on a
That'd be
live
sick.
action
Surprised they
property.
didn't do that for Welcome to Raccoon City.
I think they teased
Is
that
it-
they had his head in a jar or something.
Mr. X, it's so cool too. I know I'm always talking about this, but he's literally ripped from the giallo film genre, Italian films of killers who batter and bludgeon their foes and literally kick into doors and beat them up and they're always with a fedora hat and a black raincoat. Like Mr. X is in a lot of movies already, but in a Resident Evil one, that would be sick. Yeah.
Neil McDonough, that's his name. Fantastic actor.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah, Tyrants would be great to see live action.
Tyrants would be good. I'm shocked they haven't done
Proper tyrant, yeah.
Yeah, the classic ones, not the fucking
Spidery arms and
the modern Mr. X in the new game. They kind of butchered that. Same thing with Nemesis. They butchered Nemesis.
yeah, bring back my old man haired Mr. X from the original Resident Evil 2. Hell yeah! Sir Adazukin Eller the Row says, did the post-production team have long days and sleepless nights trying to get the final product out just right? That's a great question because we talked about filming it, but we didn't talk about what Lewis and the others had to do. I don't know, Lewis. Answer for us.
Sorry, I was sleeping right now. It's midnight already.
Yeah, no. Basically, they're saying because we were talking about how we had sleepless nights. Like the post-production team, you guys were killing it. You were putting in work. Did you guys have sleepless nights trying to get the final product just right?
Yes, I don't know about the other members. Probably yes, too. But yeah. Countless nights here. And also, I completely lost track of time because there would be days like I would just wake up and start working on it and going back to sleep whenever I was fucking done, like completely destroyed. And that's why I'm saying that I'm mad at Hunter. But but basically, yeah.
So the real thing.
I think it would. What?
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yes. Again, what's really challenging, but what's rewarding. I think one of the most headaches that I had was to like adapt to the VFX workflow, the pipeline, because it's so different of doing like I would just on my personal project I would just export PNGs and stuff, but working on like the actual VFX team, I would have to like learn about how to export and send stuff in a specific format to them and understand a little bit of color management. I still don't get it. I actually color management. That's a so yeah, lots of things to learn. Few time. The movie got delayed. What, Andrew? Like
a month or 5.
3 months.
Time blended together.
Yeah, of course.
No idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a month or 12, you know.
Something in that range. Yeah, because I underestimate a lot of tasks. A lot of shit I underestimate. I thought that the keepers, for example, the zombie phase, it would take like 1 day, 2 days. It took weeks.
Yeah.
Like, but yeah. What's the question? Sorry.
No, you're good. I got the question
Completely.
is Andrew gonna let Lewis sleep after the stream is done? He can finally rest.
I have been, yes.
Okay. All right, Lewis. After the stream, you can take all your time to hibernate, buddy.
Speaking about sleeping, I think this is my natural time to skedaddle, my friends.
All right.
So yeah, thank you for inviting us on. I'm really happy we finally managed to sit down and start going through the intricacies of this on the Road channel.
Yeah. Thank you
Hell
for
yeah.
coming by, Andy. Appreciate you. Appreciate everything you did with the Keeper's Diary, and let's all say goodnight to Andy.
Good night.
I hope I'm in your dreams tonight.
Oh, God, that's the last thing he wants.
Or if you was in my dreams, my friend, they'd be wet. Let me tell you.
Oh God, yeah, maybe that's the first thing he wants. Get out of here, Andy. You're getting Andrew all flustered.
HR folder bursting open once again.
I
HR.
don't want it. I don't want it.
Oh man.
Oh my God. All right. The next question is, what part did you all have the most fun of making this film by Cinnabon?
Probably spreading dirt around the laboratory and
really
just
fun.
other tasks with like decorating the laboratory, putting up the electrical box and other props, painting it. All like the physical labor that I did for that. Yeah, probably that.
So you should probably work in the trades, Beggy. All right. Andrew, what was your favorite part?
It's hard to pick a favorite part. It was all fun for me.
You look like you were having a lot of fun when you were dying with your 20-hour days. So much fun.
That week we were all together, that was really fun. The actual production week, that was probably the most fun, maybe. Yeah.
Lewis, what was your favorite part of making this film?
Animating the hunter. 100%.
Yeah.
Animating the hunter.
The one thing you hate the most, but the thing you love the most at the same time.
Animating the hunter.
That's usually how it goes. For anybody passionate about what they do, they absolutely hate doing it, but they also love doing it at the same time. Don't let them fool you. We get Lord Trey says, how much did you guys have to pay for the umbrella suits? So I assume he's talking about the hunk team there, the soldiers.
So it was going to be very expensive. That's why we reached out to some cosplayers, and it was far more cost effective to have them come here. One of them happened to live in within 6-7 hours of where we were shooting, so he was able to drive, and then we flew the other one from out of state. So very convenient from a cost standpoint.
Yeah. Stephen Ferris says, would you make a fan film based on the first Umbrella team that responded to the mansion before Wesker lures the Stars teams in?
So Bravo team?
Right.
The first Umbrella team. The first Umbrella team. So
Oh, okay.
I think
Umbrella
this is
team.
like
Interesting.
was there an Umbrella team there doing some shenanigans? Like I think this one is more of like a what if Umbrella was there, kind of taking care of business before.
So like the team that Umbrella hired initially, maybe to start doing research and create bioweapons.
Yeah.
And maybe like an extension of it that was charged with being security, not letting people leave. Maybe them.
Yeah,
so like the ones that we depicted here, but like their whole story, maybe that's what they're asking.
Yeah, that would be cool. I would love to do all this stuff.
Yeah. Time. Maybe we can make the next one turn around quicker, so we can get more fun projects in. Gus says, if you were ever to create a full-length movie based on the game and stay true to the content like The Keeper's Diary did, how long would you envision it to be, a full-length movie?
I don't know, a couple hours maybe.
Yeah, I feel like hour 20 is too short. I feel like to really fully tell a proper story, I feel like movies are becoming shorter and shorter, more TikTok brain, right? Wouldn't you like to flesh out some stories, some characters?
Yeah, you don't want to make it too long either, like The Irishman or something.
That's good though.
I think it's really what services the emotional beats of the heroes in that instance. Because you could write an RE1 story focusing it more around Chris. You could have it focus more around Jill. You could have like a split kind of ensemble kind of deal, like the games are. And I think that like Resident Evil would work very well with that.
Yeah.
But it can get hairy in the sense that if you have too many side characters or too many protagonists, and they aren't having allocated the adequate amount of scenes or for their development, then it could run too long. It could feel a little less meaningful. So it really depends. You know, there are a lot of stars members to incorporate in an RE1 movie, and you kind of would start having to make decisions about like, who do we realistically want to tell the story for, and who else is just kind of serving that story.
Yeah.
So a lot of decisions to make on length and who's at the core of it. So
let me just see, because there's a few repeats in here, that stuff that we already kind of touched on. Dragon Fury 3000 says, any chance for a Resident Evil 7 inspired stories like how the Bakers got infected? I think you
Not
kind
for
of
me.
primarily stick to the original sort of Resident Evil, right?
Yeah.
You don't
I
venture out
have
that
zero
far.
interest in doing any fucking 7, 8. Like, I'm glad that they brought it back to survival horror with 7, but I just feel like it's geared towards a newer audience now, so it's yeah, not for me.
Yeah. And I think there's interesting stories to be told there. I really do. But I know Andrew, and I know that his passion lies within the original Resident Evil games. And I feel like that's kind of what makes what he does special. So, you know, in the future, maybe. But it wouldn't be, you know, it'd be a different project, completely different thing.
I will be excited to see where they go with Resident Evil 9, because
too.
that's going to be the official sequel to to Resident Evil 6, really. Because 7 and 8, let's be real, they were side stories.
That Winter's Family Saga is done. They've said it before, and they've said in their announcement of a new game that they have listened to the feedback, and fans want more horror, which is shocking. It absolutely, and this is another podcast, but it's absolutely shocking to me that they listened. I'm so grateful, because 8 sold insanely well. Insanely well. The fact that they said that they took the reception and they're going to make it more horror focused, or from what I've seen, is incredible. Like for like, that's like a huge step in the right direction from 6. 6 sold insanely well, but they didn't seem to get it at the time, and then 7 came around and it's like, okay, course correct. And now 8 sold insanely well, and they're like, okay, I know it did really well. It was really well received, but we're going to kind of gear it more towards horror. Thank you. That's, I mean, I don't know why we have to go through the cycles, you know? Like, obviously people want horror
I wonder
in
if
their
that's
Resident Evil.
a little bit of reading into the feedback on like RE4 Remake. That was a pretty dark title, pretty gritty.
Yeah.
Violent, scary at times, but really more so like dark and gritty than scary. But to have it be all of those things, it would be like magical, you know? That would be, because they were trying to shy away from really too scary stuff from feedback from RE7. So
yeah.
We'll see.
That's exciting to hear. All right, and then we got Seth Lillers has something nice to say. I want to say I'm excited to be part of this amazing community. If you added 2 rooms into the Spencer Mansion, what 2 rooms would you like to add in a short film? And I think you did. I think you added the dog kennel. That was not in the original Spencer Mansion. And the
infirmary.
The infirmary we used probably could have been something else, but we didn't have the time to make it. But technically still a new room altogether. So, yeah, I think you kind of did that. Is there anything else you want to add to that, Andrew?
Not really. I mean, I think we said earlier the Spencer Mansion needs some bathrooms.
Yeah, it does. Definitely. Darth Raven says, what was Charlie actually eating in that scene when he was eating the dog food?
Latex and Tootsie Rolls.
Yeah.
And
dog
fake blood.
intestines. Fake blood, yeah. That was squishy.
Yeah. Yep.
And then I think we're at the last question. Oh, wait, we got 2 more. Kyle Lett says, for your next projects, would you aim for a larger budget or keep it around the same?
probably a larger budget. This was really tough.
Yeah. Well, the next project that we're going to announce on July 30th is on a much larger scale.
Yeah.
It's going to require a much larger budget. And I hope you guys enjoyed this enough to back the next project once we announce it. And then we got the last. Is there anything else you want to add to that, Andrew?
No.
Okay. We got the D-Man 22088. What do you guys think of The Prisoner's Diary from Code Veronica as far as potential for a film adaptation? Beggy already wants to answer this. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Beggy.
that one's fascinating. It's about Alfred and his wickedness, his ruthlessness. That one you actually read when you're going through. There's a little house that you stop in with Claire the first time in Code Veronica before you see a Cerberus behind like the padlock, and in there's a couple of chambers where the inmates would stay, and I believe that's where you find the Prisoner's Diary.
Yeah.
But that's like a story of sort of building Alfred Ashford's character. So it'd be sort of centered at the portrayal of like his wickedness, the conditions that he put the inmates through. It'd be interesting. Yeah. Be kind of a similar story. So again, it's a little bit like, I would say like if the Keeper's Diary could be seen in Code Veronica, it would be that. If there was like a diary entry appropriate to Code Veronica, it's like that one. But yeah, it would.
I don't remember it. I've only played Code Veronica maybe twice in my life.
Good. It's a
So
good
good.
classic one. Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah. Maybe that's a JJ green screen production.
I want to see more of those.
Yeah. We got one coming. I'm just waiting on confirmation on when I can release it. God damn, I put a lot of time into that green screen production. All right. Thank you guys so much for submitting your questions. I feel like we touched on a lot of the things people wanted to know and things that I thought were really interesting to talk about. We appreciate it so much. Now we're going to move over to our support, our super chats, our members. Thank you guys for keeping the lights on here at the Residents of Evil. Thank you so much for funding future projects, things that we got coming up. We appreciate it a ton. We would never ask that you do it. We just appreciate you coming by, hitting that like button. But the fact that you do it means a lot to us, so thank you guys so much. And also, thank you. Massive, massive thank you for over 600 likes already. We appreciate that, guys. Thank you. We got St. Dizzle Gaming, member for 40 months, recruit. Thank you for the long time support, St. Dizzle. 40 months? Has it really been that long? Yeah, man, time flies. Holy shit, it's going faster than ever. We got CJ Coco 69 690. Member for 8 months, Bravo team. Thank you for almost a full year. We appreciate that a ton. AF Watcher with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, AF Watcher. Joe Bob Briggs. And Darcy would be a cool for Romero's documentary. By the way, love The Keeper's Diary. How long do you think it'll be before Constantine loses Resident Evil? They ain't gonna let it go, bud.
Never. They'll never let that go. They'll just make a movie for rights every 5-10 years, whatever the time is.
Yeah.
It's a paycheck for them is all it is. So why would you get rid of a free paycheck? You know?
Yeah.
Makes
This new
no
one
sense.
doesn't sound good. It doesn't sound interesting. I'm actually curious to hear
as
Peggy's
long-
thoughts, but go ahead, Andrew.
As long as they make movies to appeal to, I guess you could say, normies, it's going to make money. So
That was
yeah,
fucking
it's never
depressing.
going to happen.
It's true, though. Peggy, what do you think about this? Did you read the synopsis for what film they're making next? Resident Evil
did,
Zero?
yeah.
Yeah. What do you think about that?
Mhm. I'm not sure. I think a previous time that we spoke, we were talking about Ada, and Ada's sort of playing a piece of the puzzle for Welcome to Raccoon City. Her not really being existent in the film until the credits scene, right?
Yeah.
And so it's just a lot of questions of like, why are we trying to integrate characters that play a sort of espionage roles into 0 and 1 potentially of this timeline when they don't really have a place there? And also, why do we not think that there are other aspects of the journeys of like Rebecca and Billy that I don't know, like why are those not at the forefront, and why is there any focus on including Ada? Like why is that focus there? But a few things, So that I read more of the synopsis, I think, of the show than the upcoming film. But those are like little kind of thoughts that I had when reading about the film.
Fantastic questions, Peggy. I think we all want to know answers to them, but I don't think
It's
we
just,
ever will.
like she didn't have a relationship with Leon in Welcome to Raccoon City, so like who is she gonna have a relationship with here?
Don't worry, Peggy. They said it'll be faithful. So put your
none of us
concerns
fans.
aside, Peggy. They said it'll be faithful adaptation. We're gonna tie them with Welcome to Raccoon City, and we're gonna add Ada. It's faithful, all right?
Yeah.
All right, that's enough.
What
That's
is
enough of
that
your
line
criticism.
from Tommy Boy?
Yeah.
I can slap a T-bone on a butcher's ass or whatever.
Something, I don't know.
You can slap it. I don't know.
I'm sure
that's
it's
what
perfect.
it makes me think of.
Slapping Ada onto a RE0.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's perfect. It's faithful, guys. They said faithful. Trust them. How about you, Lewis? Are you excited for the more Constantine films? I think he answered it by his expression. All right, moving on to the next one. Agent Veronica Ari Death Island with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Agent Veronica. Hey, JJ, I just watched The Keeper's Diary, a Biohazard story, and I like it. And Charlie and the Umbrella UBCS, they turn in zombies only. Yeah, I'm glad you liked it. And, he got one of them. Thank you for that. We appreciate it.
I got the quote.
What's that?
I got the quote. Yeah. I can get a good look at a T-bone by sticking my head up a bull's ass, but I'd rather take a butcher's word for it.
Okay. Thank you for that.
That's what it means when these people say they're making a faithful adaptation.
Yeah. At this point, it's just comical, right?
Yeah.
Dragon Fury 3000 with a €5 super chat. Thank you for your support. Evil Dead 2 was mostly no talk, but was immersive. It's all about perspective and capturing the visual and sound design. In my opinion, you guys rock. I 110% agree. That movie was, to me, that was one of those movies that just goes to show that you don't have to have, especially the first movie, you don't have to have a massive budget to make something that lives on to this day where people still talk about it. Just like Resident Evil 2 was kind of like, I feel like Resident Evil 2 and Evil Dead 2 were like those things, like where you take something that did super well and became more popular than you would ever know, with way lower budget, and then you up the budget, and all of a sudden now it's like just blowing up, and it's just, I don't know. I feel like those things go hand in hand.
Yeah.
Kind of like Blade and Blade 2 also.
Yeah. Just forget about Blade 3,
Spider-Man 2.
Yeah. Forget about Spider-Man 2 is fantastic. Forget about Spider-Man 3. Thank God Resident Evil 3 was good. Okay. Dragon Fury. Oh, I just read that. Clen Guide with 1 gifted Rose Squad membership. Thank you so much, Clen, for your very generous support. Please, everybody, give it up to Clen. Let's welcome our new member. We got Sir Adazukin, Elder of the Row, with those golden cheeks and 150. Canuck Bucks, super chat. Thank you for that. Nick Castle with a $150 super chat. Those sweet golden cheeks. Everybody clap them. Thank you for that. We get Abnormal Edits with a £10 super chat. Their first ever super chat. Thank you so much for your first ever support to this channel. We appreciate it. Please, everybody, give it up to Abnormal Edits. Thank you for making this. Keeper up the good work. Thank you for making this. Keeper up the good work, Andrew. Keep it on. Keep it on.
Yeah.
Thank you. We got Clen Guide with another gifted Rose Squad membership. Thank you once again, Clen, for growing the Rose Squad. God damn, I'm so tired. I forgot. This is the Residents of Evil, not JJ vs. Evil. Appreciate that, man. Please, everybody, give it up to Clen. We get Unique Scorpions with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Unique Scorpions. Just rewatched the Mila movies. This was far better.
Yeah.
The Mila movies lost their mind at the end of RE Apocalypse. Yeah, it's kind of like, I think the first Resident Evil movie by Paul Anderson is probably the best. It was like kind of loosely based on Resident Evil, but it was its own thing. It wasn't kind of shitting all over everything.
it was his own script, and he just changed it because he got the green light from the company.
But then it just went poof. Let's take all these things that you know and love, and let's bring them into this and just make them completely not what you're used to or familiar with. Yeah, I personally, the first Resident Evil movie is a guilty pleasure. I actually downloaded it. I want to rewatch it again soon. My daughter didn't even know about the Resident Evil movies. She played Resident Evil a few games with me, and she really enjoyed them, and I really want to watch the movie with her. But it does go sideways. Sir Adazukin, other of the row with another $280 Connect Bucks. Thank you.
We just lost your audio, JJ.
Yeah, I think for a couple of seconds you were muted, but maybe it's back now.
Am I back? Shit!
Now you're back.
Am I back? Nope. I'm delayed.
Yeah, you're like desynced, yeah.
Telling you, you gotta put it into your camera.
Is there any noise on my mic? Because I'm like my window is green all the time. I just noticed it.
It's probably just your AC or something.
Yeah, I think it's some ambient thing is turning it on.
Yeah, it's not interfering at all.
Okay.
AJ has to plug his audio feed into his camera. He has this like mixer that it's like the mic goes into the mixer and the mixer goes into the computer.
Yeah.
And that's what causes it to desync all the time. So I have this XLR to like the headphone adapter, like the same size. It's like an XLR to this, and that's what's going into that.
Okay, so every time my audio goes out, I ask you, Andrew, what the hell are you talking about? Put it into your camera, but you can never hear me because I'm talking to you when my mic's off. But what is this? Plug it into your camera. We got to talk about it off stream, but holy shit, if you can fix this problem, that'd be incredible.
This is an XLR.
Okay.
XLR to that.
What the fuck is that black magic?
And that's what goes into your camera.
But you're putting it in your headset.
Anyways.
This is interesting. This is film things that I don't. I got to learn this so we don't have these problems. Then we got Adazukin with a $280 super chat says the hat. Oh my god, the hat. I don't know if he was talking about Jill's hat in the film, but I will say that I was very proud because for one scene when she was walking down the hall, I fluffed the hat. I was the hat fluffer, and I molded the hat the way that Jill's hat is in the game.
Good job.
I caressed the hat so many times so that it bent the right way. So I don't know if that's what it was about, but when I think of the hat, I think of Jill's beret, and I think about that I had a very important job.
I think he was like kind of mocking people that were overzealously like commenting about the beret fitting a certain way.
Oh,
I think that's what that was, yeah.
If I was there the entire time to fluff that beret, you would have no complaints because I fluffed that thing like really, really well. I took it seriously. I think I even got a picture of me fluffing that thing. I kept rubbing Gracie's head, like just completely like just mowing it down. I was like, it's gotta go like this.
Be the designated fluffer next time.
Yeah, but one scene, all right? They only gave me a small chunk of $10,000. I couldn't fluff it for the entire thing. Maybe for 20.
That's a pretty high rate.
Proxy One Creations member for 81 months. Alpha Team, the winning teams. Holy shit, 81 months he's been supporting us.
That's crazy.
On the winning team. You guys, let's all give a round of applause to Proxy One Creations. That is absolutely incredible. Thank you so much, man.
Hell yeah, brother.
Going on 7 years.
Yeah, that's wild, dude. Hell, I stopped counting years after like 50-some. I can't do math, so I'm just like, that's like a decade or probably something like that. Hello, fellow humans. I seem to have made it in time. I think you're super late, but thank you for coming by. Agent Veronica Ari Death Island with another $5 super chat. Thank you once again. The Keeper's Diary, is it connected with Welcome to Raccoon City movie? Oh! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Why'd I read that? Thank you. That's how you set Andrew off in 2 seconds.
Yeah. Like
well, I mean, technically it is connected because if it wasn't for Welcome to Raccoon City, The Keeper's Diary would have never existed.
True.
No, it's not connected to Welcome to Raccoon City. It's connected to the actual game.
You need to thank that movie because if it wasn't for that movie, we wouldn't have your fan film, Andrew.
Fuck Johannes Roberts and fuck Constantine.
Okay, settle down. This isn't the after party. All right, next one. Massive, massive, massive. And I want you all to say it at the same time as me. We're going to say Joseph, all right?
Okay.
In 3, 2, 1. Joseph!
Joseph!
White House with an insanely generous $50 super chat. You guys were almost on time, but thank you for participating. Holy crap, man. Thank you so much for that. He says, shout out to Sadomnus for creating the original Joseph emoji. Baggy is the best. All right, now he's picking favorites. You have our support, and keep up the great work. RBHD Club in the basement tonight. Holy shit, there's a party in a basement tonight, you guys. Are you going to be there?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Thank you so much for that, Joseph, man. Everybody in the chat, please give it up to Joseph for that incredibly generous support. We appreciate that a ton, my man. Nick Castle with a $2 super chat. Thank you for the support, Nicholas. Gotta go to sleep. Gotta go Rose Squad peeps. See you all in the next one. All right. See you in the next one. Nick, thank you for your support. Sora Adazuki, another throw with a $280 super chat. Irishman length movie. It is out there now, Andrew. So you
Irishman what?
An Irishman length movie. It's out there now. You can do it.
That's a great movie. It's just really long. So was what was the new movie you just did? Dances the Flower Moon something.
I like his movies, but I didn't even hear about that one.
Something of the Flower Moon with Leonardo DiCaprio and Robert De Niro. It was a good movie.
Yeah.
I just feel like if it was shorter, it probably would have been even better.
Oh, you're starting to doubt him. Okay, I understand. All right.
It was just
TikTok
too long.
brain. just kidding. I
It
totally
was like
understand.
a 3.5 hour long movie.
Some movies like to smell their own farts and go a little too long. I understand. We got
you're
Gary.
Scorsese.
It's amazing.
Gary Gray with a very generous $10 super chat. Thank you, Gary, for your support. Any possibility of making an original songs that are sung in your upcoming projects? Andrew, are you gonna pull what's that? The Thing director.
John Carpenter.
Huh?
John Carpenter.
John Carpenter. He makes a lot of his own music. Or the guy that did Halo. He made the
What
Halo
was the
theme.
question? Sorry.
Any possibility of making original songs that are sung in your upcoming projects?
No, but we got to get Bob doing the row rap.
Hell yeah, that was the right answer. And fantastic way to promote Bob's Row Rap. We will shoot that professionally. It will be very cool at some point in time. Shout out to Bob Spaghetti. He's the one that made the joke about the fellatio joke about Charlie at when they were filming at the retirement home. Yeah, I'll make his row rap a thing. Yep.
That's how you introduced him. He was doing his shed dat thing about Charlie. that's how you introduced
110%
him.
Bob Spaghetti. I mean, come on. That's very fitting.
He's
And
a
I don't think
SoundCloud
you would
rapper,
want any
yeah.
other way to be introduced into this stream. Clen Guide, member for 22 months. Bravo, team. Thank you for almost 2 years, Clen. Awesome job for making this fan film, guys. In my opinion, one of the best quality fan films. Fantastic job. And I've seen some amazing fan films. So for him to say one of the best, that's an incredible achievement. Give yourselves a pat on the ass, team. But don't really do it. Otherwise, Beggy HR will come after you.
Too late.
All
I
right.
just did
It's
it.
like my last name, BHR.
That is who
I
you
was
are.
born to be
Killers
HR.
of the Flower Moon. Thank you, Cat Shark.
Yeah, well, how about you just let me do the thing, Andrew, and just sit back and enjoy, all right?
I
'Cause
couldn't
you're
remember,
skipping.
and she mentioned it.
Yeah, I'm just kidding.
I don't know.
Hackmeister with a $10 super chat. Thank you for the very generous support, Hackmeister. Andrew, would you and the crew ever consider doing a side story with Kendo?
That'd be cool.
I consider it, if Andrew doesn't. I would love to see something about him and his background, even though it might be a short to keep it real and awesome.
Which one, Robert or Joseph?
Both of them. Well, see, the
Yeah,
thing
that'd be
about
cool.
the thing about Kendo, I will say, as much as I love him, because he's the big goofy gun nut that means well, but he's a little, he's Kendo, right? I feel like the reason why he's so special is because he's one of the first people you meet, and his story is so short. And he's got some lore to him with his brother and stuff, and how he helped the community with weaponry. But adding too much to that might also do that effect, or it takes away from what makes Kendo special. And so as much as I would say 110% Andrew, let's go. This is your next project, whether you like it or not. I don't want to ruin the allure of Robert Kendo.
One
I
thing
kind
I
of
will
feel similarly
say,
about Dario. Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, Dario would be going. One thing I will say is I love how they elaborated more on characters like him and Marvin in the RE2 remake.
Yeah.
That almost kind of like that game revolved around, much like the original games revolve a lot around the diary entries. I think the remakes revolve a lot around these side characters,
Yeah. I
which is
completely agree with
interesting.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
They really fleshed it out. That part, both parts were incredibly moving, and both actors were phenomenal. I was shocked to play Resident Evil 2 remake for the first time and experience acting on that level when that's not something I was used to from Resident Evil. I mean, I've seen good acting, but goddamn.
Yeah.
We got Cat Shark, our favorite Cat Shark, again with another $2 super chat. Thank you so much. He says, "Killers of the Flower Moon." Now you react to it because now I read it.
I already did.
Just kidding. Dragon Fury with a €2 super chat. Thank you so much for your support, Dragon Fury. More gory kills planned for the next project. Ooh, that would be fun. Like a Romero-esque film, Andrew. What do you think about that? Just blood and gore everywhere. Make it squishy. A lot of dome splits.
Maybe.
Oh, shit. Was that a tease?
Maybe.
Did you just spoil the next project?
There's going to be like the blood that comes out of an elevator from The Shining. That's how it's going to be.
That doesn't fit in Resident Evil at all. That sounds terrible. Love that scene. But
Well,
God
that's
damn.
the amount, okay?
All right, well, we'll close it out on that. That's a lot of gore, and I love it. All right, guys. We've reached the conclusion of our discussion, our watch party, our breakdown, our Q&A, and our support. I would like to thank everybody who all stuck around for the last 4.5 hours. Guys, this was supposed to be 2 hours.
God.
Why did you guys talk so much? But I hope everybody enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun. We appreciate you so much. Honestly, I say it too much. It becomes irrelevant the more I say it, but I can't thank you enough. I would like to pass it over to Andrew for some closing words, and then I'll make my way around the room.
No, it's been a wild ride, a fantastic journey. I can't thank our supporters more than enough for actually making this happen. And JJ, can't thank JJ more than enough for
playing the role of the janitor. I understand.
The janitor being the platform that this is on, providing the facility. Lewis with the visual effects. Becky did everything. I made the thank you video like a week ago, so go check that out. But just thank you to everyone who was involved. It's been great. So yeah.
Thank you, Lewis. Anything you would like to say to close us out?
Yes, I would like to thank you so much, all you guys. I think that was an unexpected opportunity, especially as a Resident Evil fan. And Andrew, you too, man. I think you believed in me more than myself sometimes, to be honest. Yeah, that's it. Thank you so much, everybody that supported the film too, because wouldn't be possible without this community.
Yeah, well said. And I just want to point out, Andrew, we're at the premiere of Resident Evil Death Island. I told you he was good. I did say that. That was me that threw you in the direction of Lewis.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. He's really good. And then Baggy, anything you want to say to close this out?
No, just huge thank you to everyone. Thank you for backing this project, believing in the vision, commenting on it, sharing it, enjoying it, watching it a million times. Continue to do that because it's great, and it's been satisfying to carry it through and see everyone from shoot week to production to post prod really just deliver, and it's been a blessing of an opportunity. So can't wait to do more, and that's about it. Yeah, thank you.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for watching our producer Q&A and watch party. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Thank you so much for over 630 likes. We appreciate that a ton. And I hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your weekend. Thank you for spending your night here at the Residence of Evil. And we'll catch you next week, this coming Friday, to continue our marathon. But have a good night, everybody. We appreciate you, and we really hope you enjoyed The Keeper's Diary. If you have not seen it, go check it out. It's on the channel. You know, go experience it by yourself with your friends, family. Share it with your friends, family. Hit that like and head over to IMDb and give it a rating and a review. We would appreciate it a ton. Thank you guys so much for making dreams realities, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. Have a good night, and we'll catch you in the next one. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
But